Good evening. I call this meeting to order. First, we'll have a moment of silence. All right, thank you. Ms. Thomas, roll call, please.
Councillor Payne.
Here.
Councillor Snook.
Here.
Mayor Walker.
Present.
Vice Mayor McGill.
Here.
Councillor Hill.
Here.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second it.
All right, Ms. Thomas.
Councillor Payne.
Yes.
Councillor Snook.
Yes.
Mayor Walker.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Are there any announcements? No announcements from councilors? Okay. One quick announcement, we'll be accepting applications for boards and commissions through December 11th. Please visit the city's website to apply. And we appreciate your willingness to apply and spend your time serving on boards and commissions. All right, if there are no other announcements, next up we have Dr. Bond's COVID-19 update.
Good evening, everyone. If thumbs up if you can hear me. All right, beautiful. And if I can share my screen, please.
You can.
Oh, wait, come back. There we go. All right, so welcome to the December 7th update about COVID. It's a busy one right now for us. As you can see, we are having a rapid rise in our cases, not so great in the locality, but pretty significant across the district. Our total cases right now in the district are 5,800. In Charlottesville, it's 1,940. I've put the numbers in parentheses of our cases, hospitalizations and fatalities from the last time that I gave an update so that you can see the change in the total hospitalizations are 294 for Charlottesville, 58. That's an increase of 20 overall. And total fatalities for the district, 82. And for Charlottesville, we remain at 31. We continue to see a disproportionality of hospitalizations and fatalities by race and ethnicity, with larger increases in the Black and Latino groups. I do want to point out that we have had hospitalizations, if you go all the way over here to this far right-hand side, in all age groups. So I think there's a little bit of mythology out there that younger age groups are not impacted adversely by this condition. And while generally they do tend to do better, and we see lower rates of hospitalizations, and we fortunately have not had any fatality, we have seen at least one hospitalization in every age group in our district. So it really does impact everybody. Our testing continues. We've done just over 150,000 PCR tests in our district. That's a pretty substantial number and puts us in the top probably 4 or 5 districts across the state. Our current 7-day positivity rate is rising to 4.8. we are certainly seeing more positive cases, and we've had over 100 positive cases or close to 100 for the past 3 or 4 days. And when we do our community testing, we are seeing increase in the percentage of those individuals who come to the community test that test positive. But it is also being driven by the fact that we have a much lower denominator now. As you can see back here, we were doing a lot of testing. We weren't. UVA was doing a lot of testing of students and dormitories, and that gave a really large number of negative tests, which kept our positivity rate very, very low. Now that they're home for winter break and they're no longer doing that testing, we're seeing much smaller numbers of tests, PCR done, and it's we're seeing that rise in positivity because of that. Our early sentinel warnings, looking at COVID-like illnesses, as you recall, this is where we essentially scrape electronic medical records anonymously, looking for individuals that come into either the emergency room or the urgent care with signs and symptoms that are very similar to COVID-like illness. And you can see both for the state and for our district, we've had pretty dramatic increases in the numbers in the last month or so in the emergency room and also in our urgent centers. And that's really reflected in large increase in numbers that we've seen in our area. Metric dashboard looks from the last time or now all in the dark blue. So there's high activity level across the entire state. And most of the state is in a rising activity level, increasing, which is quite worrisome since we're really just heading into the winter season. And you can see again down here, high burden, increasing trend, substantial activity in all areas of the state at this point in time. I show the cases and the percent positivity for the city of Charlottesville here. The daily case incident rate, we did have kind of a big surge here a couple of weeks ago, leveled out a little bit, and now we're beginning to have another increase here on the side. And then our percent positivity for the city of Charlottesville, as opposed to the district, which was the previous slide, is holding right around 3.5% or so. Has been increasing a small amount, although it's hard to see that on this slide. When we look at outbreaks, I'm showing you just a picture of where were there to be any K through 12 schools in Charlottesville. They would be reported, but so far we have not had any outbreaks within the Charlottesville city schools. So that's a good plus. The public school system, of course, is still virtual, and private schools in the city have so far not had any outbreaks. And I think that really speaks to the schools abiding by all of the recommended mitigation measures, having kids wear universal masking when they are in school, and keeping that distance. So we have had 2 outbreaks in the Charlottesville City and long-term care facilities. The Cedars should be closing here shortly. We close after 2 incubation periods of no cases. And Rosewood is still in progress, but they've been working hard with both UVA and with our team at the health department to really keep that under control. There's been a couple of changes in the last week to our quarantine rules, and you may hear about these in the news. Previously, up until the change last week, we were recommending a 14-day quarantine period, and I want to emphasize that staying home, if you have been in contact with someone who is positive for that full 14 days is still best, and it is what we will continue to recommend for healthcare workers. However, the CDC and VDH has adopted these, have said if an individual is asymptomatic at day 10, their quarantine can end. So they have to have no symptoms from their exposure until 10 days after that exposure. A second option is if an individual is asymptomatic and has had a negative COVID test at day 5 or later of their quarantine period, then the quarantine can end at day 7. Now, these don't come without risks. There is still a chance that an individual can develop infectious COVID after that day 10 or day 7. There's about a 1% risk after the 10-day quarantine period, and the 7-day plus a negative COVID test will result in a 5% risk. And so that's why if people can do it, we are recommending that still they quarantine for 14 days. But this change was put into effect because it is a relatively small risk. And the thought, I think, at CDC and others is that people were really having difficulty doing that full 14 days. So, and as I said, we're still recommending for healthcare workers that they use the 14-day rule since they are interacting potentially with vulnerable individuals. COVID vaccine, this is the big news. The FDA is having hearings this week and next week to determine if the vaccines will be granted emergency use authorization. Pfizer is happening on the 10th and Moderna is happening on the 17th. If those are approved, they will start shipping those to the state health agency, and the Virginia Department of Health is slated to receive just under 500,000 doses in a combination of Pfizer and Moderna. There has been a prioritization developed by the CDC, which VDH has adopted. The first priority for these will be healthcare workers and individuals living or working in long-term care facilities. Healthcare workers will be done primarily by the healthcare system, with the public health picking up those groups that aren't captured by the healthcare system. Long-term care facility residents and staff, for the most part, will be done by pharmacies. The federal government has established a system to have 2 of the major pharmacy chains come in and do the vaccination of those. For the most part, facilities in our district have agreed to that plan. So by the end of December, we should be well underway with this first priority group in vaccinating. After that, we will hopefully continue to receive weekly shipments of vaccine, which will allow us to work down the other priority groups. Essential workers is right now the tentative next group. What that means is still to be decided. And then those individuals over the age of 65 or with high-risk conditions is currently the third proposed priority group. So more to come on that, I'm sure, but very good news overall and should really help us through this winter season. We do continue to do testing for COVID-19. In fact, most of our testing events are really filling up right now because we have such higher case numbers and people are being exposed to individuals who are positive. So just to remind everybody, UVA does testing every Monday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Church of Incarnation, and every Tuesday from 5:30 to 7:30 at Mount Zion First African Baptist Church. The health department routinely does testing on Friday evenings at our health department on Rose Hill Drive. And you can call our hotline number to register. There are other testing events scattered throughout the district throughout the month, and those can be found on our website. Holidays, Christmas holidays and Hanukkah and other religious holidays are coming. And we are trying out the message to everybody to stay home with your household group if you can. We really are seeing a surge in the cases, and we believe some of this is due to the Thanksgiving holiday and a lot of people going home and meeting with family that they hadn't seen for a while. And these sort of small groups where people let down their guard can really spread the COVID disease. If you must travel, if you really must go see family or friends, the safest practice is to quarantine for 14 days prior to travel and then get a COVID test a few days before you leave. When you return back, you should again quarantine for 14 days to make sure that you didn't contract it somewhere in your travels. If you are going to gather outside in groups. Try and keep it fewer than 10 people to minimize potential exposure, and be sure and keep that 6 feet of distance. If you do have to gather indoors, it's really helpful if you can open up a window and turn on a fan, because that will help ventilate and remove some of the aerosols that you exhale. Be sure to wear your mask when you're around others, even if you're outdoors. That really does help, really does reduce the spread of this disease. And of course, frequent hand washing and the use of hand sanitizer. So really good practices, and we'll be sharing these again and again over the next weeks. And then finally, although we do have a vaccine that should be arriving in the next few weeks, it's still really, really critical that everyone abide by all of the good measures that we know work. If you don't have COVID-Wise on your phone, please put it on your phone, turn your Bluetooth on. This will allow you to get notification if you've been near somebody, a potential contact to someone who had COVID. This is especially important right now because as our case numbers increase, we are having to minimize the amount of time that we spend with particular low-risk individuals. And so this might be the only way that you find out that you were next to someone who was positive. Again, I'll just point out there's a great video if you're not a believer, or if you have a family member or friend who doesn't really believe in the use of mask. It's great to go and watch this video. There's a New York Times article that walks through how it works. And then, of course, you stay the 6 feet distance and wash your hands frequently. So I will stop sharing my screen and answer any questions that the council may have.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bonds. Is there any questions at this time?
One question I would have, Dr. Bonds, and you may not be able to answer this, but I'm just curious whether you have any insights into what folks in Richmond are thinking about further changes coming in terms of, you know, degree of lockdown and that kind of thing.
It's a great question. I don't, you know, these decisions are made by the governor at the highest levels. He certainly consults with the health commissioner and other public health, but not necessarily with the local health director. So I don't know what future plans. So.
Okay.
Thank you for the continued updates.
Sure. I will just add, Lee, if you can really work with your constituents to really implement these mitigation measures, we are having to triage cases that we investigate. We just do not have the staff to really do a full investigation into every single case. So we're working on those that are really the highest risk exposures. And some cases are being asked to do their own contact notification. As you can imagine, this is not an ideal scenario, but we just don't have the staff to appropriately investigate over 100 cases every single day. We continue to hire, we continue to try and bring on staff, but there is a learning curve associated with this. Although a vaccine is on the immediate horizon, it's not going to be widely available for the public for months. And the only way to keep people safe is to continue with these mitigation measures.
Mayor Walker, your microphone is on.
I was just saying that I've been having some of these conversations because there are some people who think that once the vaccine, people start receiving the vaccine, that we'll immediately be able to stop doing the physical distancing and wearing masks. And that's been, I'm not sure if, however that messaging is going to come out. I think the sooner the better, that it's going to be something that we'll be doing well into 2021. And it won't just stop because the vaccine is available.
Yeah, and we are developing messaging about the vaccine and to help people understand that the mitigation measures have to stay in place. It's going to take months. There just isn't a big enough supply of vaccine, even if we had all of the staff to vaccinate everyone in our district immediately. So it's going to take some time to get the vaccine, and I would just ask everyone to keep up with those great measures.
And the other thing that I've been having several Facebook conversations just about some of, the fears and concerns around the vaccine. So some local messaging to help people just kind of understand what the process has been and, some of the information that's coming out of these higher, level discussions, breaking them down so that people can just start processing, concerns that they may have. And you are very aware of, Black and other low-income communities, a lot of Hispanic families, they are going to really be questioning this. And so it's, whatever we can do to, for those who are going to consider it, to have those conversations, I think the earlier the better too.
Yeah, that's a really great point. And we will be holding some outreach sessions and town halls, which will give people an opportunity to ask all of those questions. And so we understand that education, this process is certainly looks different than many other vaccine that people get on a regular basis. And so I think it's really important that they understand that it was a safe process, that there was appropriate review, and that it is okay to take this vaccine, to get this vaccine. So.
Okay, thank you. Counselors, are there any other questions? All right, thank you, Dr. Bonds, and we'll see you next month.
Mayor Walker, there's just one more announcement that slipped by us, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Vote for your favorite Imagine a Day Without Water art contest entry. Each year, the City of Charlottesville, Albemarle County Service Authority, and the Rivanna Water and Sewer Authority ask the community to imagine a day without water as part of a national effort to bring attention to the value of water and water infrastructure. To bring attention to this message of saving water, we hold a regional youth and art contest, and participants are asked to artistically convey what water means to them. This year's contest adapted to COVID-19 with a new digital submission option, and we were very pleased with the strong participation from the community with 120 art submissions. We now need your help to select this year's Imagine a Day Without Water fan favorite. Voting for the fan favorite is open now through December 11th. All Imagine a Day Without Water art contest winners will be announced via city press release on December 18th. For your favorite art entry and for your favorite art entry and learn about the Imagine a Day Without Water art contest and vote, visit charlottesville.gov/art contest. Again, that's charlottesville.gov/art contest.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up we have the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, would you read the consent agenda, please?
Consent agenda, minutes, October 5th, closed and regular meetings, October 6th, work session on boards and commissions, October 19th, closed and regular meetings, October 27th, special meeting. Appropriation, fire truck insurance reimbursement, $21,214.18, first of two readings. Resolution, Disposition of City Council appointed boards and commissions, one reading.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler, would you check and see if anyone would like to speak on any item that is, that's on the consent agenda?
Yeah, if you're in the audience and you'd like to speak about those 3 items on the consent agenda, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Emily Dreyfus, did you have a question on the consent agenda? I'm thinking she may have raised her hand early. Can you hear us?
That was an accident. Sorry.
No problem. Mayor Walker, I don't see anybody with their hand raised.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Ms. Thomas?
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Snook,
Yes.
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have the acting city manager, Mr. Blair, responses to the public from the November 16th meeting.
Good evening, Mayor Walker and councilors. At the previous meeting, there was an inquiry from Ms. Albiston about a garden plot mowed down by VDOT. Staff did follow up. That actually occurred in the county portion of the Willoughby subdivision. Staff also, Mr. Wheeler followed up with her and shed some additional concerns that will be forwarded to Mr. Duncan, the city's traffic engineer. Also just wanted to let the public know that on Friday, December 11th at 11 a.m., the Historic Resources Committee will be reviewing the honorary street naming policy. And I know that's an issue of deep concern in the community, and just wanted to let that date and time offer that for this segment of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Next up, we have Community Matters. Mr. Wheeler, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. We had 3 people sign up in advance. They were Tanisha Hudson, Talisha Ivory, and Roy Van Doren. We'll go to them first, and then we have other spots. Council will hear from up to 16 people. At this point in the meeting, each person will get 3 minutes each. We would ask when you introduce yourself if you would tell us your place of residence. And let me pull up those speakers. So first up is Tanisha Hudson. And she was having connection issues. Let me just give her a moment to see if she can respond. Okay, it looks like she's dropped off. She said she would come back later in the meeting. Next up is Talisha Ivory, and please tell me if I mispronounced your name, and can you hear us?
Yes. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Hi. Hello, council. My name is Talisha Ivory. It's pronounced Talisha. I am a resident of the city of Charlottesville. Born and raised here in Charlottesville, Virginia. I work for UVA, Aramark specifically. I've been there for about 14 years. And I just wanted to really speak about the matters that has been going on in our communities lately, especially with the wake of the shootings that have been going on in our communities. I just wanted to present and ask you all, I have been really seeking to go in our communities and touch base with our youth to actually work with our community centers. And I was wanting to see, like, I was actually seeking council's approval for some type of funding to aid with some arts development, computer aid, and actually resources that we could actually go into our communities with, so that we could help our at-risk teen and young adults. Currently, I'm actually seeking or developing a program, which is actually called WUWOP, which is Waking Up with a Purpose, and is actually seeking to go into our underdeveloped communities 3 nights a week, specifically on days where we see more violence that erupts, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday evenings, that we could actually work in those community centers with our youth and our young adults to develop their skills and the talents that they do have, so that we can keep them out of the streets. And I don't have a specific proposal amount or anything, but I was just seeing that what we could do with council, that we could work to move forward to actually have active footwork in the communities and in these underdeveloped areas, so that we can begin to try to pull them out of the streets, so that we can, I guess, attempt to lessen the violence that we have. And then just basically, it's just been on my heart. I had never really been to council, ask a council or anything. So, but I have been raised, I wasn't raised, I was raised on Knoll Street. So we were in a house, but I kind of developed going to these communities often. So I was raised or born in Prospect Avenue. I had a grandmother that lived in Prospect for years. I am aware of the First Street community, Garrett Square, 6th Street, and Hardy Drive. And as I began to develop for the past few weeks, I've been speaking to these young adults. And a lot of them really are hopeless in their areas. And I know that they have talents and gifts, but I really feel like it's time for us to go move forward into moving into our communities and actually using resources such as computers, such as art, such as music, and try to develop some of their talents during these times where they're kind of out, causing mischief in the streets. So that's pretty much all I had to, present. I thank you all for just hearing me out. I guess my proposal would be to begin to develop the WUWOP program, the Waking Up with a Purpose program, and actually take in many of our city volunteers that are willing to help with the youth, and that will be willing to help me so we can aid to move forward and helping them. So that's pretty much it. And I thank you all for listening to me.
All right, thank you for sharing and coming on today. I'm definitely, if you want to email council@charlottesville.gov, or you can email me. I'm interested in talking to you more about this at nwalker@charlottesville.gov. I will say that our rec centers are closed at the moment. The rec centers, like I'm talking about like Carver, Key, those centers, but and we are not the ones who determine what occurs at the CRHA properties or over in Prospect or Friendship. Those local managements are the ones that make those determinations. But we can, if you email me your information, then I'll give you a call tomorrow to just talk about just maybe something that we can do. I've been having several of those conversations over the past couple of months. So and especially this month. So if you want to you can reach the whole council. And if you want to email me, then then I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Okay, that sounds great.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Roy Van Doren.
And
Roy,
Mr. Willows, right before you start, I didn't hear the bell that time. Did we go over? Because I can't see the timer on my, I'm going to turn it on this time.
Yep,
but I
we
just
did go over just a little bit.
Okay, just a usual 30 seconds or so that I do, no more than that?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Brian, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Roy.
Okay. I'm Roy Van Doren, and I live on Rugby Avenue. I emailed each of you with an overview of the new Downtown Business Association gift card. Most of the details of the program are on our site, downtowncharlottesville.com, so I won't repeat them tonight. What I do want to say is the concept is very important now and in the future. There are few ways in our community that can effectively support an entire region and downtown business in particular. This is one that is substantial, impactful, and consequential today, next month, and next year. It's important too for city government. With all the damage that the virus has done economically to the downtown community, helping downtown stay vibrant is critical now more than ever. This gift card program requires a lot of infrastructure work, something our volunteer organization is committed to, but it requires a heavy lift, especially when most everyone is working longer hours with less staff. I want to say on behalf of the DBIC, we appreciate Chris and Jason at the Economic Development Department for their support. Frankly, we could use a little bit more investment, as more funding now would help all of us get there faster. Perhaps a portion of the remaining CARES contingency. Most of the assistance we're asking for is for marketing. We need to communicate to business and the community. After reviewing kind of where we're at, we're kind of looking at an ask for 10,000. This would be used in the next 2 weeks exclusively to market support for local business in our community. Long term, we hope that other city business districts can adopt their own gift card program and use our success as a mentor to help rebuild their neighborhoods. I want to thank you guys for all your support. It's a great program. We've been working on this for 2 years, and I can only tell you that we're really scrambling as a downtown to keep our head above water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we can open it up to anyone else who'd like to speak to council. Just click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9.
And did we check back in with Ms. Hudson?
She is not on the webinar at the moment.
Okay.
Yep. Next up is Jojo Robertson, who will be followed by Robin Hoffman and then Harold Foley. Jojo, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. So my question with the boards, the openings with the boards and commissions, I thought there was an opening on the CRB board, but I didn't see that listed. That's one of my questions. The other question is, it's confusing about the parks. You know, they have a movie theater opening on the downtown mall, which is kind of wow, because they've all been closed for a while. And also with the city schools, come January, they are requesting that students go back, from what I understand. So that's really confusing to me, especially with the fact that there's only a certain amount of kids that are allowed at the park, with the skate park being noted by city council. So that's the only thing. What other opportunities are there for kids? You know, there is a lot of stuff going on, Chief, as the other speaker noted. I think it's important that we have opportunities for kids and outlets. But yeah, if the CRB, that was the one that I didn't see listed. That's all. Thank you.
Just quick, Councilor Hill, she's talking about online on the website?
The application for the CRB?
Yeah. What was the decision point there?
I thought that we had suspended making that appointment until we got more clarity from the state level. So
About next.
something that we can certainly revisit again.
Okay. All right.
And for the public interested in the boards and commissions openings, they can go to charlottesville.gov/boards and click that link. Next up is Robin Hoffman. Robin, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. I hope you're having a good evening. I wanted to talk about the possibility of maybe Mr. Blair could answer the question. If they're going to open up any buildings or schools, have they found the HVAC systems that actually take the particulate matter, circulate it, and are they actually upgrading? And maybe you could tell us next time if that's possible, because I'm hearing different things, you know, on the news or wherever I'm getting the information from, I don't know, but that people do have air quality systems and they're working to eliminate the particulate matter that lingers in the air, but I don't know what they are. So just if somebody could look into that, because, you know, every time we open something, we have to close it because, you know, somebody gets COVID. Okay, and then also I was getting gas at the Shell station on 250, and I was alarmed at the customer service person saying to me that, in fact, the shootings might be a result of the defunding of the police. But that's not the first time I heard that from somebody. It's misinformed. It's misinformation about what defunding the police means. But I just wonder if it has anything to do with the rise of people feeling sort of being a vigilante type thing where they're shooting. I don't even know. But I thought at that point, if this is so rampant, maybe the FBI can look into it. And then lastly, I want to thank anybody who was trying to do a neighborhood engagement. I did try to bring my neighbors to a bus, and then, like, you know, a few at a time or whatever, but people are very nervous about it. So if you know people that are, you know, able to do it, I maybe form a committee or something in their neighborhood or whatever. I would definitely think that's going to be helpful. I just wasn't able to. People were too nervous to engage. And that's about it. Thank you.
And real, because it slipped my mind that fast after Ms. Robertson, but I think it's important to note that the schools, the school board and the administration there makes the decision regarding opening for schools, and in terms of businesses, those individuals would make it regarding businesses. There is a lot of confusion, and we all have to just acknowledge that. I think one of the best posts that I saw were two signs sitting side by side, and one says open for business and the other one says stay home to stay alive. And that's been pretty consistent throughout this pandemic, with attempting to try to figure out the public health response and the economic impact, and also the need for individuals to be, you know, around other individuals just by the nature of being social beings. So I understand that it is a challenge to get different messages from different people within the same locality. I just wanted to acknowledge that. I just forgot it. Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Harold Foley. Harold, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody's okay. I hope they enjoy your Thanksgiving. So I am here representing the People's Coalition, and I want to say that the PCRB, the Police Civilian Review Board, does have an opening and it's I think it need to be filled as soon as possible because the folks are working on putting together what they need to do before July 1st. And one applicant that I looked over twice, and I really didn't understand why, was Rosia Parker. And if that's a problem, I think it should be acknowledged why I don't want to put her on the PCRB. And Heather, I see you. And this is really directed to you because I be getting phone calls from folks saying that they want to make sure that the PCRB is fully operated and so they can have what they need. So this is a plea from the People's Coalition to please fill that empty space that's there and hopefully fill it with Rosia Parker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Janine Carver. Please tell me if I mispronounced your first name.
No, that's correct. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
First, I need to ask, is this the forum to comment on the skate park?
Yes, you can comment on anything.
Thank you. Well, Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for letting me speak. I have conflicts of interest in that I am a pediatric ICU physician, but I am also the mother of a 15-year-old daughter who is an avid skateboarder. And my understanding is there's some concern about what's happening there and maybe consideration of closing it. First, I'd like to say that I very much appreciate that the city has built this world-class skate park in Charlottesville. There are professionals coming there from apparently all over the country, and the sport is growing very rapidly. I'm also very happy that it is a public space for kids from all backgrounds to come together and be outside in this time when they can't do much of anything else and school is out. I also thought a lot about COVID, and I think the big concern is the transmission of COVID. Since most of the kids there at any time that I've been there are less than 12 years old, probably half of them, a lot of them are teenagers, and there are some adults, but it is an outdoor sport, and it is an individual sport, not a contact sport. Children contract COVID significantly less frequently than adults. They're sickened by it significantly less often, and they don't really transmit it to other people the way adults do. In that vein, I feel like it might be maybe short-sighted, and I worry that some of these kids will then end up skateboarding on the streets, on the downtown mall, at the corner, and you end up monitoring them in an entirely different way. I just now that winter is coming, I think it's going to get colder. A lot of the kids are not going to be there. I think that it's also going to get dark early. And I was hoping that for the physical and mental health of a lot of the children that go there, that maybe we could consider some measures that may be less extreme than closing it, perhaps better signage. I don't know, I think when people stop by from Parks and Rec or the police department, I think everybody is going to be more likely to be compliant. Those are my comments, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments, councilors?
I would just offer that, obviously we did have a release last week that the city manager and the team put out just to raise awareness around just the need for people to be following guidelines of maintaining social distancing, wearing masks. I went by the skate park twice over this weekend compared to like the weekend before, and there certainly was a lot more compliance, but it really is going to be the onus of the skate community to ensure that they're following the rules. And there is a lot more signage there. I think some of that signage might have been fabricated by folks who really want to encourage everyone in their peer set to follow the rules so that they can continue to be open. For me personally, I certainly think it's in the community's interest to try to keep these outdoor spaces open as much as possible. But we also have to make sure that we're not creating spaces where we have 75 people congregating, even in the outdoors, but in close proximity to each other, given the restrictions at both the governor's level as well as at the local level.
All right, thank you.
Next up is Carrie Heilman, who will be followed by Don Gathers and then Gloria Beard. Carrie, you're on with the City Council. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Carrie Heilman. I'm a lifelong resident of the Charlottesville community, and I currently live in Crozet. This is timely, I guess, because I also was interested in speaking about the Charlottesville skate park remaining open. I have 4 children, and 2 of which frequent the Charlottesville skate park regularly, and like literally every single day. And I just would like to piggyback on the former person who was speaking, that this is such an imperative thing for our children to be able to continue to skate. And certainly, as you were saying, there has been some increased signage. A lot of the parents, such as myself, this weekend, in hearing that it might close, we were, walking around and reminding kiddos to put their masks on, keep their masks on. You probably did notice that there was more compliance this week, and I can say that these young folks. Unfortunately, I think sometimes they need a little bit of a scare in order to be compliant. Unfortunately, you know how young people are. But I can tell you that it's a lifeline for my children, and the lack of things that they're able to do, and being able to get to the skate park and be outdoors. And, it's really great for their mental health. So, did either of you want to say anything? Okay, I just was asking my boys if they wanted to say anything. Skating rules. Okay, skating rules is what my 8-year-old just said. But I can assure you that as a parent who is there every day, just about that, I believe that we will be seeing more compliance, and specifically with the mask wearing. It does get a little bit difficult for them to skate in masks, just as when people are exercising, they get hot, they're breathing hard and such. However, they're willing to do it if they can continue to skate and have an outlet. So that's all, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Don Gathers. Don, you're on the City Council.
Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to really piggyback off of what Mr. Harold Foley said, and that I think it's imperative that as quickly and expeditiously as possible we get that seat filled on the CRB. We shouldn't. I don't see the necessity in waiting to see what goes on with legislation in Richmond to do that. The bylaws call for a certain number of individuals to be on the board. So regardless of what happens in Richmond, that spot needs to be filled anyway. So I think that just as quickly as possible, we need to go ahead and get that done. Strong and huge concern from the community on the spate of shootings that are going on, and would like to know what plan, if any, that the city has to try to address that. Also where we stand as far as a community on COVID. If there's any plans to move one way or the other, a phase up, a phase down, because the numbers are definitely going in the wrong direction. A lot of concern from the Thanksgiving holidays and the recent spike that is going on. And the same concern exists with the Christmas holidays and New Year's coming ahead. I just think that we need to put some guidelines and some measures in place. If the plan's already there, then God bless you. I anxiously await to see what that is, but we certainly need some strong measures in place, at least in my humble opinion. So thank you all for what you do, and again, as quickly and as expeditiously and as smoothly as possible. No offense, Mr. Blair, at all. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but we certainly need to get a strong city manager in that position just as quickly as we possibly can, realizing that we are still very much in the midst of a pandemic, and we just need that person there leading the city. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Gloria Beard. Gloria, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Wow, that is wonderful. Well, I recently sent Mayor Walker a request, and I was confused because we have this committee, thanks to JoJo, to Katrina, Rosia, myself, and others that volunteer to give up money. And so we've been doing that, and we just gave 130 bags for the homeless, blessing bags. So when she sent me a message back saying, was this a 501c3? I don't even know what that is. What is this 501c3 organization? I mean, well, let me finish because my 3 minutes will be gone. Y'all can answer afterwards. Anyway, we wanted to do something this time for the seniors in Charlottesville because I'm a senior and we feel very neglected. It's so much negativity going on. We're hearing so much stuff going on at City Hall. And it's really making us feel so uneasy. It's like, is anybody for us? I mean, not just the seniors, but the community. I know it's a pandemic and everybody on edge. God knows I'm definitely on edge because I got health issues. And wearing a mask don't make it for me either, but I put it on faithfully when I go to the stores or the doctors. But I need to know, something got to give, y'all. We got to work together as a community. Now, if y'all can't give the money to us, our little organization, can't y'all get involved and do something for some of these seniors? We were thinking about Midway Manor and the one downtown, across from Gary, those people feel so neglected, and we got to do something. I like to help people. That was my calling. I worked in nursing all my life until I retired, and helping people is my thing. So come on, y'all. I know it's an equity fund or something for the community. Let's do something nice for these people. They're scared. I'm scared. The pandemic might get us. We might not even be here next year. Let's show them that we love them and care about them. Because most of those seniors are the ones who worked their tail off like I did all my life. Now, I don't want to think my last years and sat in the house and nobody care about me. I done had some incidents since I retired. Thank God for my community that came to see about me. And, so come on, y'all. Let's do something. I know it's got to be something y'all can do. Y'all got the power. Please use it. And stop being so negative all the time. It's getting out in the community. I don't like to hear that my government of the city is fussing and battling and carrying on it downtown at the city hall. We can't see y'all anymore, but I can see you now today. So tell me now. And now I think I'm finished. But please, please, you all, think about us. We still matter. Okay? That's it.
So thank you, Ms. Beard. I was asking you about the organization because the organizations that we give money to, they have that tax exemption status. And that's how we're able to do that. I hadn't heard of the organization, so I was trying to get more clarity about the organization and exactly what it was that you all needed help with. So that was my question. I saw your email stating that you did not understand what I was asking, and I haven't had time. I was going to call you versus sending another email to talk through it, but that just happened this afternoon, and I did not have time to call you back.
Mayor Walker, we have 3 other hands raised right now. First, we'll go to Nancy Carpenter, followed by Skippy Norton, and then Alice Christian. Nancy, you're on with council. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for the time this evening, council, to share with you some concerns I have regarding the end of this month. That is when the CDC moratorium on evictions because of a public health crisis expires. And we know that there are millions and millions of households that will be facing potential loss of housing in the middle of the winter. Critical decisions are going to be made in Washington over the next couple of weeks because they do have to get a continuing resolution passed by December the 11th, which is next week, and soon they'll be leaving for, I guess, some type of holiday vacation. And we know that there are asks out there. We know that there are potentially between $35 billion and $70 billion nationwide in past due rents, although the current talking point is about 25 billion. I know that they are talking about $160 billion going to aid to local, state and local governments, and then, you know, another broader national eviction moratorium. I'm hoping that you can look at, you know, as you're looking at the budget, you can look at some of those maybe capital improvement programs that, or structures that may not be needed immediately. And I'm thinking, you know, looking at the Market Street garage that you all been talking about, the monies that are going to go to that, the monies that are going to the West Main Street streetscape project, that some of those things may have their natural life may have expired. The need for them may have expired because we are in a different type of relationship with people. We are in a different type of relationship with our environment and with each other. And so I'm hoping that you know, I know that the Pathways Funds have been doing an excellent job of helping people. The RMRP through the state has been doing an excellent job of helping people. But those programs, you know, also need, I think, the strength of our local resources to make sure those who are at the lowest end of the income scale, those who have the hardest times accessing other resources because they don't have access to credit, they don't have access to banks, this, that, and the other, will be able to be part of ongoing discussions about how we keep people in housing. And I also want to thank Harold Foley for mentioning that we do need that extra person on the PCRB. And I was sorry that I was looking through my emails and I did not see anything from our council liaison about the discussion that was being had, you know, regarding boards and commissions, in that position would not be necessarily appointed anytime soon. And that's a concern because we do have a rather large project coming up in conjunction with you and the CPD when it comes to reorganizing our ordinance to more reflect what has recently been passed by the General Assembly. Thank you for your time this evening very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Skippy Norton. Skippy, you're on with City Council.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Skippy Norton. I'm 12 years old and I'm in 7th grade. And I'm going to talk about the skate park. And so I am a skater and I really like to skate. And I understand why people are considering closing it and things like that. But I think that there are some ways we could keep it open COVID safe. Like, I think that me and a lot of my friends who go to the skate park, we're really trying to get our friends and other people to wear masks and things like that. And I also think that the skate park helps a lot of people, lots of kids active. I can say that for me, if I'm having a hard day, I can go to the skate park and I'll know I'll be happy. And I've been progressing a lot with my skating and I really like to skate and I think it means a lot to a lot of kids and I love to see, it's such a nice skate park. It's so nice, it's amazing, and I love to see so many kids, you know, using it and learning how to skate. I think that's a really awesome thing. And I think that, again, like I was saying, there are some ways we can keep it safe, definitely. I think we should really try to crack down on masks because I will admit if I wasn't a skater and I wasn't there, when people drive by the, oh my God, sorry, my cat. When I drive by, I see this large gathering of people, not a lot of masks, and I definitely see where you guys are coming from. And I think that there is a way that we could have it open safely. And it's not going to be super easy, but I really think that we should work on it. And I would really hope that you guys could consider keeping it open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is Alice Christian. Alice, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can.
Hi, so I'm Alice Christian. I am 12 years old, and I'm in 6th grade. And I go to the skate park almost every day. And me and a bunch of people at the park have been just reminding everybody to wear a mask and to just like social distance and be more cautious with COVID. And I've noticed that skating helps a lot with mental health and can like Skippy said, like if you're having a really bad day, just skating, even if you're not skating very hard, it can just like put you in a much better mindset. And the skate park is a place where many people can connect and with being cautious, but many people can connect and and can meet new people that can change a lot of stuff. I've met many people at the park who have just, I don't know, made my life a little bit more happy. And I know a lot of people who have met other people and just put them in a much happier mindset. And yeah, I understand that COVID is a very big thing right now, and there are many like ways that we can keep the park open but still be very cautious and not have as many cases, or just be a lot more safe at the park, but still have it open. So yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Afreen Amir. Afreen, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Afreen, obviously, and I'm a junior at Monticello High School. I'm 16, and I just wanted to like advocate for the skate park because you guys have every right to, you know, have like suspicions, and you know, there's a considerable amount of reason to worry and to, you know, consider closing the park, but at the same time, there are like an overwhelming amount of reasons to also like counteract that. And I think there's definitely a way to be completely safe at the park and continue normal activity while also being really safe. The park is an outdoor environment, and if, you know, as long as there are only 25 people there at a time, as there, it's a very like spaced out environment, and like, you know, there's a lot of space to move around, and as long as everyone wears masks, I think it would be very safe and there would be a very low chance of any COVID cases spreading. And I also think in terms of like the pandemic, there aren't a lot of outlets for kids to, you know, go to places where they can really have a lot of physical activity with peers around them. And I think not having that has really affected people's mental health tremendously. And I think the park is like one of the only escapes that kids my age and younger and older have to express themselves, to, you know, have fun. And I think if it came down to taking the park away, I don't think that would be necessary in order to keep people safe. I think there's definitely a compromise, and there's definitely so much stuff that we can do to improve the situation, while also letting kids, have that kind of safe place to do what they do. And, for a lot of kids, they really do depend on it for, physical education. And it's a social atmosphere for sure. And there are quite a bit of people there, but they are all distanced out. And most of the time when I go there, I always keep my mask on, and I don't go super close to people, and I make sure to just skate and keep moving. And, I don't touch people, and, I limit myself. And I think everyone should give themselves those same boundaries. And I think as long as people can do that and rules are set in place, I think the measure to close down the whole park will not be necessary, because I certainly don't think closing the park will, necessitate a difference if people are taking safety precautions when they go to the park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Melissa Collier. Melissa, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I am going to piggyback off of all these supporters that you've heard for the Charlottesville Skate Park. I'm a mother, a parent of a frequent scooter and skater at the skate park. And while I understand the concerns for COVID, I think we're all aware of, the dangers out there. But I'm just asking the City Council to consider just giving the skate park a chance. I think obviously you're hearing a lot of support. Nobody wants to see it closed. It is a huge benefit to the community, to the kids, to everyone. I'm a parent of a kid with special needs. This is a tremendous outlet for him. And, considering the mental health impacts of COVID on our kids and the community, I just would hate to see for this to go away. So I hope you'll take that into consideration. And I think we as a community at the skate park will do whatever we need to do to make sure everyone's safe. We can go around and create committees, making sure people are wearing masks, being socially distanced. But most kids are aware, and they're very, very, once you tell them what they need to do, they're willing to do it because they don't want to lose their skate park. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, that was our 14th speaker. I'll try one more time with Tanisha Hudson. If anyone else would like to raise their hand, click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. Tanisha, you're on with City Council. Can you hear us?
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, I just want to speak on the state of the city. While we know that the inside of the city is chaotic, the outside of the city is chaotic, obviously, from all the shootings, we also know that the inside of the city is just as chaotic. I know that we have quite a few employees very high up who are probably 1 foot out of the door. And while a lot of the community members don't speak up the way I do about the state of the city, I just want to say, because the mayor and I had a little back and forth on Facebook, I just want to say that she stated in her speech when she won the election that, I'm going to read it and I quote, because I don't want to be wrong when I read this. I want to read it correctly. I'm elected, but I can't change the culture we have in this city without a team. And we all have to show up and figure out how to do that differently and need to stay engaged. That's what she said in her victory speech. A team. You have not done it by yourself. And what's crazy is that the fact that I have to spend all this money on a FOIA request just to get the truth is beyond me when you're not even paying for your own FOIA request. And then you say that you're using a FOIA request for public information. I'm using a FOIA request for public information because I want the public to know what's been happening and how the city manager was forced out of his position. Now, if he was the problem, and I said this numerous times, it's mighty funny that we're in jeopardy of losing multiple people in this city. Multiple people in this city. I've had conversations with individuals, and I just think it is absolutely crazy that we are so vulnerable as a city right now. We about to just have no type of leadership because you and Brackney, you mayor, you and Brackney are down there acting like Trump and Barr. And you can say you do a good job. You can say that you haven't compromised who you are. Yes, you have, in more ways than one. And you and Heather little text messages every time something came up, your little plan, your little plot. That's why you took the bullet on May 18th. It all makes sense now. And I spent a ton of money, and nobody wanted to even say that there was an exemption when the FOIAs are used for public information. This is for public information. And I've openly shared it on Facebook. We'll openly publish all the pages for everybody to see. Get this city together. We are vulnerable. It's about to be an inauguration. You don't know if the Proud Boys are going to come back to Charlottesville or not. Get the city together. Get a city manager in there. For real, y'all should just call Dr. Richardson back because y'all illegally forced him out of there anyway because you wanted him to do discriminatory hiring. You wanted him to discriminate on who he hired, when he hired him, and then y'all wanted to be involved in the hiring process also. It's just a mess. It's a mess. And we have a whole dictatorship right in Charlottesville. So that's pretty much all I got to say. I'm just saying y'all need to get it together. Swallow y'all pride. Do whatever y'all got to do. If you keep praising Brackney like she's doing a good job, which we know she's not. We know she's not. All she's doing is lying. Then you should have been praising the work that Dr. Richardson did, but you can't do that because it'll kill you to do that because you always got to be right. But that's all I got to say. Y'all have a good night, and now I can enjoy my vacation.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker, that leaves one slot. I don't see any hands raised at the moment. Give people one last chance. I don't see any additional hands.
All right, thank you. Councilors, are there any comments?
Mayor Walker, one comment I would like to make is that the response from the skate park people is exactly what I had hoped we would get. When we heard a week or, I don't know, 10 days ago, or however long ago it was, that there were concerns about people not wearing masks at the skate park, and the concern was expressed that perhaps we ought to be trying to close down the skate park and other recreational places where people were not following the rules. My hope was that if we just put the word out there that this was a problem, that the community would take it upon themselves to police themselves. And it seems like that's the way they're headed. That's the responsible thing for them to do. I'm glad that they're stepping up to the plate because I think it's in everybody's best interests that we have the skate park active and open, but observant of the correct protocols. And I think it's, I don't want to speak presumptuously, but I think it's fair to say that as long as the people who are there are using their masks and following proper protocols, they're going to be fine. And there's not going to be any danger to the skate park and to skating. So thank you all.
All right, any other comments? Okay, so we are at about 7:50, and it's probably best for us to take our break now before we go into the next item. So we'll take a break until 8:05 and reconvene at that time. Mr. Wheeler, are we good to go?
We are ready, Mayor Walker.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have a public hearing appropriation for the fiscal year 2020 year-end adjustments, first of two readings.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Chris Cullen. I'm the city's Director of Finance. The agenda item tonight for your consideration is the first of two readings on our end of year adjustments for fiscal year 2020. That's the year ending June 30th of this year. The audit for the fiscal year has been completed. You'll be hearing from the city's auditor a little later on this evening to provide you a report on that. To close out the city's financial records for the year, several year-end adjustments to various accounts require city council's action. For the year that was fiscal year 2020, the city, on an operating basis, the general fund did report a decline, a loss of $1.8 million, or about 1% of the adopted budget. And this was the result primarily due to COVID. COVID had a tremendous impact on the city's revenues, especially our most economically sensitive ones, such as sales, meals, lodging, utilities. It also, the time of the year of the fiscal year that it hit is very difficult. It hit right in March and April time period, which is the end of the last quarter of the fiscal year. And so your options in terms of revenues and expenditures certainly diminish the closer you get to the end of the fiscal year. But as I mentioned, it was about within 1% of the adopted budget. That loss did eat into the city's general fund balance. However, once we deducted out that operating loss, as well as some of the other adjustments that we make, the general fund balance did end the year with a $3.9 million surplus above our 17% fund balance policy. Staff's recommendation this evening is that council follow our policy of putting the entirety of that amount towards the CIP contingency account. And just offer a few thoughts on that. In addition to being our policy, it fits with the idea that any sort of surplus we treat as a one-time event, and we put it towards a one-time use. That's sort of the genesis behind that policy, as well as we talked on numerous occasions, the importance of putting cash to the capital improvement plan. It reduces the amount we have to borrow. It does create some financial flexibility in terms of meeting any unforeseen needs, be they as part of a planned project or something that comes up during the course of the year. And I would also offer that, as we've talked about before, in the current fiscal year, as you all know, the reserve that was created in this year's budget was primarily through putting a hold on the cash contribution from the general fund to the CIP. And as we've reported in previous meetings, we've already eaten into that to the tune of about $4.6 million to this point. So certainly the 3.8 helps offset some of that in terms of cash applied to the CIP. And then I would just also finally offer that not too many weeks ago, we had a work session with council on CIP priorities and funding. And there was quite a bit of discussion about different alternatives, including applying more, if not all, of our future cash, increasing our cash contribution to the CIP, be it through the regular budget process or any year-end surpluses that we might have. And with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions you might have this evening. Thank you.
So Chris, could you talk a little bit more about the amount that was the operating loss and what was covered?
So the operating loss is we spent 1.8 million more than we took in. And I think, what I really look to are the city's sort of the big seven revenues, the revenues that drive almost 70% of our general fund budget. Real estate, personal property, and BPOL all produced better results than expected. The sales, utilities, meals, and lodging underperformed their budget quite a bit. And so when you net those seven against each other, it was about $3 million below budget performance, or roughly 2.4%. And so, other parts of it contributed to it, other on the revenue side, on the expenditure side. As I mentioned, the point where it hit in the fiscal year made it tough to have many options available to us on the expenditure side. City management did institute cost control efforts in terms of filling vacancies, in terms of discretionary spending. But at the same time, we were also dealing with a pandemic and trying to serve the community at arguably its most vulnerable time, and still meeting those obligations. And so, in combination of all those things, as I mentioned, it did produce about a 1% operating loss in the general fund.
Okay. Councilors, are there any questions?
I know today was the last day for real estate taxes. How have real estate taxes been coming in?
So our revenue and economic monitoring team, we meet on every other week basis. We met last week. The city treasurer, we broached that very subject. At that time, he felt that the major mortgage companies had paid, that several of the city's larger taxpayers had paid, but he did say that he'd been getting more questions than usual regarding extension plans or delays to collection, those sorts of things. So how that all nets out, I'm not sure, but we have been monitoring that and keeping a close eye on that. Because obviously, the real estate taxes is the general fund's #1 resource by far. And so we'll be working with the treasurer's office here going forward once that deadline is passed to really understand kind of where we are and where we think those collection rates are.
Any other? So I just, I have just questions about being more intentional about where we put the surplus, even though it's a one-time, and we have that conversation annually. We're about to have the housing strategy completed, and they are talking about, the council for that to matter, making a $10 million commitment. If that money is not strategically, if we're not strategic about funds like this, then I have questions for council about where are we going to get this commitment from. And if we don't start making the investments into it and being really clear about, okay, for fiscal year 22, this is how we're going to start making that commitment, then that's something that's going to be put off. We have the emergency fund, and without knowing what would be the next CARES Act allocation, we don't know what that looks like and what will be needed there. I know that we could go in and it says here that before any allocations are made, this will be brought back before council, but we are seeing staff make these, recommendations, and when they are making them, they are being, they are pretty final at this point. And I just want to make sure that we're not leaving these items out without knowing long-term, because we haven't received that information yet about how staff may be impacted, since we already had this discussion about staffing in the past. With the temp employees, we have a surplus now and we laid people off. How do we make sure, even if it's to stay afloat and make sure people, I know most of the temporary employees are no longer with the organizations, but because we haven't received a lot of feedback about process, I would want some dollars to be allocated to make sure that if this came up to even full-time staff who could be impacted by furloughs, layoffs, that we had some type of resources there to assist them. And we just heard, and hopefully moving forward, if we received additional CARES funding, we would be able to allocate more of those dollars to the business community, and the operational modifications that took the largest chunk of dollars in the past would not need those dollars, because those changes hopefully would have been made. But without knowing that, we have a request now. I'm sure there will be additional requests about how to jumpstart businesses that employ people. So that's a question we heard earlier when Nancy was talking about evictions. And as we sent the letter out early on in the pandemic, landlords asked. So this is, again, how I live. My livelihood is based on me renting these places, and we had nothing to help, cover that. So if that relief doesn't come from the federal and state level, these are all things that we should be thinking about.
Mayor Walker, before we get into the discussion, do we have a public hearing we need to do?
Yes, we do, but there was still the clarifying questions and from council, so I made a statement.
To clarify, there is not a public hearing this evening.
Oh.
Yeah, we do have a public hearing on our on the agenda.
Oh. It was not advertised as such.
Ms. Robertson, Mr. Blair?
I don't think, in terms of a public hearing, I think what we could do is have the public hearing at the next council meeting.
So we can't vote on it before the public hearing, correct?
This is just the first reading tonight.
This is the first reading.
So but normally we have the hearing, right? The first reading to be able to take into consideration any feedback we get. If we have the public hearing and vote on it the next meeting, then we won't be able to, unless we do it all in that setting.
Correct.
Okay. So can we open it up for public comments now or no?
I think that's up to you, but the public comments can't be characterized as the public hearing that's required.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are there any objections to hearing if there's any feedback from the public at this time?
That's fine.
Mr. Wheeler, in acknowledging that we will have a public hearing at the December 21st council meeting, but if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this tonight, we'll hear from them at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. If you'd like to comment to council on the fiscal year 2020 year-end adjustments, just click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. As a reminder, if you're watching on Facebook, you can go to charlottesville.gov/Zoom, register for the webinar, and participate in public hearings like this, except this is not a public hearing. Mayor Walker, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay. All right, council, any further discussion?
It was my understanding that, as you alluded to, that no final allocations are going to be made at this time, but this is essentially a placeholder. It allows us to have some more time to kind of see how some other things are going to play out before we actually determine where this funding may go and if it's just going to continue to reside in the CIP. And so that's my understanding of what like the staff recommendation is. Just this just allows us to have it in a location that we can then revisit down the road with more information than we have right now. And obviously with COVID in full thrust right now, and almost looking maybe worse from a financial perspective for the municipality than maybe we thought even a couple months ago. I think it's in our best interest to not tie up those funds just yet and have them reside in the CIP as recommended.
I would agree with that, and I would also say that as far as I can recall, the decision we made in January to put some of the money from some of this excess receipts from the prior fiscal year to put it into something other than capital expenditures was basically the first time that I can remember that we had ever done that, when we allocated some portion of the money for the emergency fund. I think right now what we're looking at, just to refresh folks' recollection, we were planning on putting about, I don't know, $9 or $10 million at one point into the capital improvement program. We decided that the way that we were going to balance the budget in light of COVID was to not put that not put that cash in. After a few other things got deducted, we wound up at about $6.6 million that was unallocated, but still just being held largely as a protection against what we were expecting was continued bad news on the economic front, particularly the tax revenue front. We have now, as a result of the projections from the first few months, we've already laid claim to about 4.7 million of that 6.6 million, which means that we have, in effect, a cushion in the present budget of about $1.9 million. And we're looking at probably the next 7 months or so during which things are going to get worse before they get better. So I just think that if we add the 3.9 million to the 6.6, that gives us roughly a $10 million cushion. Again, we've already spent, or more, it's more accurate to say, we have already likely incurred offsets against that of about $5 million. So I just think it would be the height of wisdom at this point to do nothing to restrain those funds, to save them as long as we can, and just see where we come out. If we come out to where it begins to look like things are going to be better in March, then I suspect right now they are. We might decide we've got more money available to do other things with, but unless we're ready to start also doing the contingency planning of figuring out where we're going to cut the budget between now and the end of June. I don't mean next year's budget, I mean this year's budget. This is a contingency fund that we need to preserve.
Council, I just wanted to bring 2 points to your attention as you think about this. We actually have 2 financial policies related to the CIP. One is the 3% pay-go policy, which is where we transfer money from the general fund to the CIP on an annual basis in the amount of 3%, which is the transfer that Councilor Sanook was referring to. We also have a second policy which talks about at year end that anything over the 17% gets transferred to the CIP as additional pay-go. So one of the reasons why staff is making the recommendation to go ahead and transfer this money to the CIP contingency is to, one, keep with the policy, because from a financial standpoint, we already held back on one of those policies by keeping 3% in the general fund as a reserve due to COVID. If you transfer this money to the CIP at this point, one, you're keeping with your policy, which is a good indicator to the rating agencies that you are sticking to your financial policies. Additionally, no money can be spent out of that contingency fund unless council approves that transfer. So if we put it there, it sits there, it still has to come back to you before it can be spent. And if at a later date you decide that we need it for the general fund as an offset for COVID, or if you want to allocate it to other projects, you still have that ability. But it puts forth a best effort that you're following your own policies. So that was the basis for the recommendation that you actually just transfer it to the contingency and leave it there at this point.
Thank you.
And I think in terms of, and I'll look at this over the time, my concern is that we have not been intentional with setting priorities. So I'm not necessarily, we're still debating about whether we continue with the West Main Street project or continue with schools. Where's housing gonna, fit into that, even though we made a verbal commitment to these things. And at this point, I understand what you're saying about that these are two policies, but since I have been on council and even before that, we have discussed possibilities every year, and I'm for not making any decisions until even the next meeting we will get a budget update, and that we can factor in. We should know in terms of the larger source of revenue, in terms of what was received, for that. But for me, I'm going to continue to advocate to make sure that we are at least intentional, because I remember a couple, maybe it was CARES funding, I'm not sure, I have to go back and look, but there was a $600,000, I think, for radio equipment or something that we had already allocated out of a pot of money like this. And then we went back and put that money back again after we already knew that we were going to spend it. And I don't have my notes out in front of me, but that's one of the things that just popped into my head. And so if we are clear about what our priorities are, then I think we are on the same page, and understanding not making a decision today, I get it, but or next council meeting. But I still think that we need to be, we're not clear on priorities as a council, and that makes me a bit nervous about what happens to people in this community during a pandemic. We know what happens to especially the most vulnerable people during recessions, Great Recessions, Great Depression. I mean, any time in history you can read. And so those, like what happened, and people get pushed further into poverty, and we have to be real intentional if we don't want that to happen, because it's already pretty bleak in this community.
I'll just concur with staff's recommendation. I think it's definitely prudent for us to be cautious. I'm still pessimistic about the possibilities of additional stimulus from the federal government. Hopefully that's able to come, but it might not. And I just think it's definitely prudent for us to be as cautious as possible. And I think putting some of that money towards the CIP is good, not just to follow our own policy, but, I think we saw our last work session that, maintaining our commitments in public housing, Friendship Court, school reconfiguration, in addition to everything else, is definitely going to require us to put more money into the CIP, because the longer we don't do that, that problem's just going to get harder and harder. So anyway, I concur with staff's recommendation here.
Any other comments? Okay. All right, so this item will be on the, as an action item for the next meeting, and we'll have a public hearing at that time. All right, next up, we have a public hearing and ordinance for closing, vacating, discontinuing a public gas utility line easement within the Stonefield Shopping Center in Albemarle County. One reading and request to waive the second reading. Am I frozen?
Ms. Hildebrand, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Suddenly I couldn't see anybody. This is Lauren Hildebrand, the Director of Utilities. Mayor and councilors, if you're ready, I'm ready.
You're good to go. Good evening.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I hit the wrong button there and lost all the screens. In 2014, the city acquired a natural gas line easement located in Bond Street in the Stonefield development from Albemarle Realty, LLC. A portion of the gas line is now in conflict with a future building site that was not part of the initial site plan. The property owner has requested the gas line easement be partially vacated and recorded in another location. A gas line easement for a new location has been granted by the developer already and recorded with Albemarle County. The natural gas line will be relocated prior to the construction of the new building, and the developer will pay for the relocation. This contributes to Objective 3.2 of the strategic plan to provide reliable and high quality infrastructure. A public hearing is required by law to give the public an opportunity to comment on the proposed conveyance of a public interest. Staff recommends approval of the attached ordinance to vacate the gas easement located in Bond Street in the Stonefield development. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you have any questions?
So this is just a matter of moving an easement.
It's vacating an existing easement and relocating a gas line outside of the building, proposed building footprint that the developer wants to build.
Do we end up with an easement for the new gas line, or is that their gas line at that point?
It's so they have already given us a newly recorded gas easement in the new location, and then we're vacating this one.
Okay, so we've already gotten the quo for the quid.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Wheeler.
If you'd like to speak on the vacation of this gas line easement, click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. Mayor Walker, there are no hands raised.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
I'd move approval of the suggestion to close, vacate, and discontinue the gas utility line easement.
I second. Really quick, what do we have to do to waive the second reading? Does that have to do after that, Ms. Robertson?
Let's see here. Let me take a look at the ordinance that is in your agenda already has the language for waiving the second reading in it. So you all we just need a motion to approve the ordinance as it's been presented.
Okay. I will amend my motion then to move approval of the motion as it is presented on pages 43 and 44 of the packet.
A second.
All right. Any further comments? No. All right. Ms. Thomas?
Councillor Payne,
Yes.
Councillor Snook,
Yes.
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill. Okay, Councillor Hill,
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And that carries 5-0. And thank you, Ms. Hildebrand. Okay. Next, we have an ordinance, 817 Nassau Street rezoning is the first of two readings.
Yes, Mayor, City Council's Matt Alfley, City Planner with Neighborhood Development Services. Before you tonight, you have an ordinance, as you said, the first of two readings. This is to rezone the subject property, which is the 817 Nassau Street from R1S residential small lot to R2 two-family. On November 10th, Planning Commission held a joint public hearing and recommended 7-0 on the rezoning. This is a straight rezoning, no development plan in place, going just from R1S to R2, and I can answer any questions.
So my question, other than the potential of 2 units, I think in the R1 it said that it's 1 unit, and then if there's another unit, it has to be a smaller unit than the first unit.
Correct. So in the R1 districts and the R1S districts, you can have an accessory dwelling unit. So you could technically have 2 units on one parcel, but it would need to be owner occupied, and the second unit would need to be smaller. So by rezoning to R2, you would have 2 traditional units.
With no limit on size.
Correct. And you could have 2 ownership, because you could have a single family attached property.
Okay. And is there anything else that can be built other than that structure?
There are a few things that can be built by right. Bear with me and I'll give you, but there's no difference between the R1S and the R2 as far as uses other than the two-family.
Okay, I think that answers my question then. Okay. Counselor, are there any other questions?
I think any questions I had were resolved at the Planning Commission meeting, and would just comment, I think this is another small example of why we desperately need to update our zoning code. But I am in support of this rezoning.
Same, any questions I had were addressed, and also agree that it's another reason why we need to be focusing on the rezoning, and I have no more further comments.
The zoning,
just citywide, why we need to be looking at this stuff citywide.
Okay. Any other? No. Okay, so there's no vote tonight, and everyone's comfortable apparently with it being moved to the consent agenda for December 21st. All right. Next, we have an ordinance. It's COVID-19 ordinance amendment may be passed on one reading with a 4/5 vote.
Good evening, Mayor Walker and councilors. And I know Ms. Robertson may join in here with some additional comments she may. Before you, you have the COVID-19 ordinance that the council adopted back in July of this year. And if you recall, during that time, I think a lot of the impetus for that initial legislation from the council was that the University of Virginia's students were going to be coming back into Charlottesville. And, you know, at the time, the governor was loosening a number of restrictions statewide, and the council was concerned about the influx of students coming into the community in about a month from then. You know, and that was really the legislative intent, so to speak, of how we got the July 27th ordinance, was again sort of in preparation for students coming back. The council wanted these additional restrictions that went beyond what the state had prescribed. Since that time, and that particular ordinance had a limit of 50 people at a gathering. Since that time, unfortunately, we have seen the spread of COVID nationwide, beginning once temperatures dropped. Obviously, the Thanksgiving holiday last week has seen, as we heard tonight in Dr. Bond's presentation, we're now starting to see at a local level our positives and case counts rise. The state, Governor Northam, through an amendment to his Executive Order 67, already has lowered the statewide limit on gatherings to 25 people or less. The amendment before you tonight to your local ordinance brings the local ordinance in line with this new, more restrictive guideline from the governor, and it amends the local ordinance, which states that currently gatherings are limited to 50 people, and this amendment to the ordinance would restrict it to 25, just like the governor's executive order. And that's the substantive change before you tonight in this amendment, and we're happy to take any questions that you may have.
Madam Mayor, I had sent around to other councilors an email this afternoon, which I was expressing my thoughts on the COVID ordinance. And let me say, as a general proposition, I am in favor of doing anything that reduces confusion in these matters. And one way of reducing confusion in these matters is to speak with one voice through the governor. And if we are changing our ordinance so that it more neatly meshes with what the governor has said, I think we're moving in the right direction. For a number of reasons, however, I think the better course would be to repeal the ordinance in its entirety. Number one, because it's essentially redundant. If its provisions are the same as the governor's order, our ordinance is meaningless. If its provisions are less strict than the governor's order, they are in essence overruled by the governor's order. If its provisions are stricter than the governor's order, and we have a good local reason why it needs to be stricter than the conditions elsewhere in the state, those stricter conditions may be applied because the local reasons would provide a reasonable basis for the stricter conditions. But if the provisions are stricter than the governor's order and we do not have a good local reason why it needs to be stricter, those stricter conditions would probably be illegal. If the local ordinance talks about something on which the governor's order is silent, I can only think of the age requirement that we have built into our ordinance that is not in the governor's regulations. That such an additional condition, I think, could be enforceable. But that's only because it doesn't address a topic that the governor's order has already addressed. I've also provided to all of you a chart that I prepared comparing the governor's orders specific provisions with our ordinance specific provisions, and also, just for reference, the Albemarle ordinance specific provisions. Suffice it to say that we don't agree with either our neighbor or our state in many significant ways, and I'm not going to go through all of those right now. We know the governor's order is likely to change repeatedly in the next few months, as the governor is likely to try to do a number of other things to get the situation under better control. And I also point out here, our definitions don't even seem to mean what we probably think that they do mean. I think it's terrible regulatory policy to have a scheme like this where you've got to go running to 2 or 3 different charts and statutes and ordinances and regulations and try to figure out what you can and cannot do. And you got to go hire a lawyer, figure out what you can and cannot do. I just think that the better course all the way around is to repeal our ordinance and just say, we're going to do what the governor says. And then people in Charlottesville at least will know what they can do. We have all gotten phone calls from people in the last few weeks or months saying, why are you doing this? Why can't I do this? The governor says I can do this. Why am I being told I can't? And my simple answer has always been, heck if I know. I don't understand it. I don't know what we're trying to do in some of these respects. Many of the differences that we have with the governor, we don't have an explanation for. I think that would be very difficult to defend if we were trying to defend our being stricter than the governor is being. So for a whole lot of reasons, I just think it would be better off, we would all be better off if we repealed the ordinance, said, in essence, we're going with what the governor says. He's able to respond faster than we are to changes that may be necessitated by what may be a crisis in the next month or two. I don't think we have the authority to be stricter than the governor does. And I just think we would be better off for everybody to be clear and let the governor be in charge.
Any other comments?
I certainly can see the value of simplification. And as Mr. Blair kind of outlined, what brought us to the point where we had our own local ordinance, and it was certainly driven by the pattern of students. I think the question is, what does our local pattern look like that might be different than the state pattern in the months to come until we are more in the clear? And I do have concerns about us having to always make modifications to match what's going on with the state through this document, which I think can be cumbersome at times. And so I would be curious of staff's perspective on what Mr. Snook has presented.
And just before staff weigh in, I think it's important for, you have to think about also what the news coverage that people are wanting and asking to hear from their local leaders, like what you are saying, and that any type of press release that goes out, or any type of press that goes out to say that you're just simply to follow state orders, when we just got feedback like the skate park, where we're asking people to pay attention closely to what we put out there, is could be problematic.
I guess I would just say, I guess we've already discussed, the reason we had a local ordinance that varied from the governor's was, unlike a lot of other localities, we had a university which was having students come back. And so we did it in conjunction with Albemarle County in reaction to that reality and the spike of cases that it did cause. And I guess I would just see the utility of the local ordinance is really just if UVA students coming back, and at any point coincides with the governor having loosened restrictions. And if we're not in that scenario, I would agree. It seems simpler to just be in compliance with governor's order, especially in this case, since by following the governor's order, we're having more stringent COVID restrictions. So I guess I would just say that I definitely see the utility in simplifying it, as long as we're not in a scenario where we have a unique risk of UVA students returning that coincides with the governor loosening statewide restrictions.
Well, and now, I will ask Ms. Robertson to weigh in as well to Councilor Hill's inquiry. But I think there are a few points to be made. I think Mayor Walker, you articulated one thing that was on my mind, which is simply news coverage. I think Councilor Snook, understanding your perspective, but I do think there are a lot of people that a lot of times may be confused just as much by what they hear, in terms of news coverage about state restrictions. So there is that point, but there is also, I think, one of the I think fundamental aspects of law is to obviously provide an understanding of what is and isn't acceptable conduct, and that is criminalized or penalized by the state. I don't think it's not controversial to say that, during this entire pandemic, we seem to have had layers of regulations and moving the pendulum back and forth, and it's confusing to any citizen or resident of our city. I think that's a very fair point. What I do worry about, though, is sort of, I guess I'll use a finance term, regulatory arbitrage, so to speak, in that with the vaccine coming, and this is just something for council to think about, with the vaccine coming, and again, that's not, as Mayor Walker said earlier in this meeting, that doesn't make all the problems magically disappear from this pandemic. But knowing that executive order and how that pendulum is swinging back and forth with case counts, and now probably a medical intervention coming locally, even at UVA Health Center, perhaps before the end of the year, I think it's realistic to say that we could very well find ourselves exactly where we were back in July, depending on the rapidity of vaccine distribution. I mean, it's not inconceivable to see the state loosening regulations if vaccines do become widely available sooner rather than later. And then we have, again, UVA students coming in to the community, and again, there may be some utility in having a more stricter set of regulations locally, considering you're going to have your population aggregate explode just with the return of students, whereas other communities in the state will probably be fairly stagnant in the amount of residents that are there on a daily basis. So again, obviously, this is a policy call for the council, but I do want to bring those factors to your attention, just at the request of Councilor Hill. And I'd also ask Ms. Robertson if she has any thoughts.
So from a legal perspective, I believe that Councilor Snook has outlined sort of the various ways that state and local regulations relate to one another. I certainly do not take issue with the legality of having a local ordinance. I do think that as you're considering tonight, once you have one, you have to take care that you maintain it sufficiently so that it doesn't cause confusion among people and that you are not allowing things that the state would prohibit. So you have to be careful. I will say that as well, while no ordinance can be perfectly drafted, there is at least one local business and possibly more that fall in the category of entertainment entities. And they're struggling with the terminology in our ordinance because we are not as precise in the way of outlining categories of venues as the governor's executive order is. And as Councilor Snook has pointed out, we regulate the size of gatherings as does the governor, but within our definition of gathering, we refer to community events and concerts and other social events. And then we define public place as being places like theaters, but we don't really regulate it. And the problem that can cause for venues that do multiple types of activities is that they're not sure, for example, if they're having a concert, whether they are a gathering or whether they are not regulated by our ordinance at all. And so it's the other thing that I will note in our current ordinance is that another area where our ordinance makes it a little difficult to navigate the two sets of regulations. Under our ordinance, persons who are working at gatherings, either as employees or contractors, don't count toward the limit of persons. In Executive Order 67, if you're one of the uses that's categorized as an entertainment venue, participants and spectators are both counted. And so depending on whether someone is participating in the entertainment, even if they're an independent contractor with that venue, it's a little difficult to determine whether you get counted or not. And then finally, after hearing some of the concerns and the requests relating to the skate park, the exemption in your ordinance for children 10 years and under, even while we're encouraging young people to wear masks while playing outdoors at the skate park, is a little bit inconsistent. So overall, I concur with Mr. Blair and Councilor Snook that this really is a policy level decision for City Council to make at this time. Other than there being some lack of clarity in the wording of our ordinance, which you can't, as I said, create a perfect ordinance that anticipates all issues that come up, but there's at least one venue that we know of that is really struggling to figure out how this ordinance applies to them. And it would be nice to what your intentions are with respect to regulating entertainment venues as the governor defines them.
Are there any comments there?
I would also note that one of the major differences between the governor's order and our statute, our ordinance, deals with how restaurants get handled. The governor's latest order has two provisions that we don't deal with at all. One is a provision dealing with time, alcohol to be served up until 10 p.m., no alcohol, and then food up until 12 midnight. We don't have any such restriction. He's got no restriction as to the capacity of only calling for social distancing and saying no bar seating, whereas both we and the county have said you can have up to 50% of what the fire marshal says you're allowed to have, and that's it. I mean, I don't know whether it makes any sense at all for us to have such radically different, completely different ways of regulating that industry, or whether we ought to say we're going to follow the governor's order, or to say we're not going to do anything at all, or to say, okay, people, you've got to do both sets of restrictions, both the governor's time restriction and the governor's social distancing and no bar seating restriction, and our 50% of occupancy load restriction. As a practical matter, of course, it's very difficult indeed to get to social distancing at 50% of occupancy. So maybe those two aren't really in conflict, but they surely seem to be. The entertainment venue issue is one. Indoor and outdoor recreational sports, we don't attempt to regulate it at all. So if we were to look at the skate park as an indoor and outdoor recreational sport, at least the governor's order has some provision for it. I'm not quite sure how we regulate it, if we regulate it at all. And then the ordinance, as it was suggested to us, the draft that came out in the packet, would change the city's definition of a gathering so as arguably to not regulate concerts, festivals, conferences, sporting events. And so I look at our current statute and the proposal to amend the current statute, which is still going to leave huge holes and huge inconsistencies with what the governor's got now. And I mean, it seems to me either we say, gee, Ms. Robertson ought to go back and rewrite the statute rewrite the ordinance with the governor's order in mind or something, or just to say, we're going to leave that to the governor and the public health people in Richmond. They've got more information. They've got more expertise than we do. They've got a broader range of scientific backgrounds that are informing their decisions than do we. And it would just make more sense for us to get out of that business and leave it to folks with more information than we've got. That's sort of where I come down to where I come down.
And I'll just comment again, the bar regulation that we did have a conversation before the governor put that in the executive order, and that was a request for us to consider, and we declined to put that, update our order and put that in there. And so things like that may come up in the near future to where we will be asked to consider something, modify our ordinance, and may have reason to do so. Like if we had done that before the governor put it in his executive order, we may not have been in line with the executive order and may had to prove the reasons why we had a more strict provision, but clearly he got around to it just a little later. So those type of things may come up over the next few months too.
Regarding alcohol, I thought that was not in our purview at all, because I know that at one point the university was asking questions about could we put more regulation on alcohol sales, and I just thought that was only thing we could do is we could write a letter to the governor asking for his consideration of those regulations. It's not something that we can do within our purview.
Yeah, that's correct. We generally don't have any local authority to regulate alcohol or the sales of alcohol. I think any regulations that we might have enacted would have dealt more with the hours of operations of the places that tend to sell that alcohol, bars and restaurants.
Yeah. Guess I would say, like, where there's inconsistencies or ambiguities, I think it makes sense to resolve them by conforming with the governor's orders. I would agree with that. And I guess my only concern about repealing it is that at this moment, the ordinance is sort of redundant and serves no functional purpose. But the only concern I have is just in if at some point, over the next couple months, again, we're in a situation where the statewide restrictions are being loosened up while we're seeing a large spike in cases from UVA students returning, which, we know is going to cause a massive spike in cases. And just the potential need in that scenario. We're not in that scenario now. But just again, if we ended up there in, the next couple months, likewise, the fact that we did it in conjunction with Albemarle County, with the goal being to sort of have a bit of a regional approach with the return of UVA students. And so another consideration just being what if anything Albemarle County is doing with their ordinance at this time, and if we would want to move in conjunction with what they're doing in any action we take. So I guess, again, I think at this moment, it serves no practical purpose, but it could in a couple months.
My question to you all, I think I have two questions for clarity, because it will, if you decide to keep the ordinance in place and possibly make some additional edits to it. The first question is whether you intend at the local level to regulate entertainment venues, or whether it has been your intention to leave those types of venues to state regulations. That is something less than clear by the current ordinance. My second question, the definition of public place is here, and really the primary place that term is used is under Section 6, referring to face coverings. So face coverings must be worn by all persons in public places, except as provided in 6B and C, which are the exceptions. The definition of public place specifies that it can be outdoor spaces where at least 6 feet of physical distancing can't be maintained. Is it your intention to apply that requirement for face coverings, for example, on the downtown mall? Many of the city's downtown sidewalks are pretty narrow. So as you're walking on a sidewalk, it would be difficult. It would be very helpful just to have some guidance if you're going to ask us to further revise the ordinance as to what your intentions are with these local regulations, because as written, we have entertainment venues that aren't quite sure exactly whether their activities could fall within the definition of a gathering. And we also have people who aren't real sure whether face coverings are required in outdoor spaces.
I guess I would say my perspective would be on the first question, to have that aligned with the governor's order at the state level in terms of those definitions. The second point, what's the difference between ours and the state regulation on that issue about outdoor requiring face masks outdoors? Are they just silent on requiring a mask outdoors if there's not 6 feet of distance?
Mr. Blair, let's see, I can look at the executive order here, but let me take a look at the most recent version about that.
And when you were talking about public spaces in that way, that's saying any sidewalk that the city owns would be?
Well, that's part of the problem. Our ordinance defines public places very broadly, and it refers to any outdoor space where you can't maintain 6 feet of distance. But that can be a lot of places and that requirement may depend more on people's movements than it depends on the particular place itself. So
I agree. After running through the city with, mask in hand, and when I need to put it on and off, like sometimes it's just a matter of like, am I going to jump into a road and if this person doesn't have a mask? I mean, I just think that it gets really tricky.
As I am looking, and Councilor Snook weigh in, I am not seeing the governor's executive order generally requires or encourages masks certainly in indoor spaces, and recommends it in other places. But as I read the governor's executive order 67, I do not see a provision that matches our requirement for face coverings in all public places to include outdoor areas.
What I think the governor's order 67 did was, rather than have one broad sweeping statement, thou shalt wear a mask in public, under every subsection, there are certain provisions about when you've got to wear a mask in a restaurant, when you've got to have a mask at a farmer's market, that sort of thing. I think they've opted for a point-by-point variability rather than some broader stroke. One thing I need to apologize, because I made a mistake on my chart. I swapped the paragraph, the very last line about defined gathering. The portion that's under the Charlottesville should be under Albemarle, and the portion under Albemarle should be under Charlottesville. So, but that still gets back to my basic point of neither one of those definitions actually is mentioned in any of the statewide regulations. And to the extent that we think we're trying to do anybody a favor by having Charlottesville and Albemarle's regulations match up, we're not doing a very good job of that either. But anyway, that's a digression. I just wanted to get that out there before I forgot that I had made a mistake there. My apologies.
Right. But as to the masks, I think that's right. I've never, there's been a whole lot of versions of the state's executive order, but to my knowledge, including the current one, most of the face covering requirements are repeated under each heading, each category of use, and many of them in particular apply to people who are working at those venues. So that any customer-facing employee has to wear a mask and that sort of thing.
Now, there is something on page 13 of the governor's order that talks about the section 18.2-422 of the Code of Virginia, and the waiver so as to allow the wearing of a medical mask, respirator, or any other protective face covering for the purpose of facilitating the protection of one's personal health in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, and then recites a couple of other orders, Order 51 and Order 63, that have certain face covering requirements, but they were not specifically restated in this document. So it's a little confusing to me as to what the state is trying to tell us there.
Right.
So I think what may be helpful, since this came up later today, that if we're not sure, unless there is a majority vote to repeal this ordinance, that we should probably have these conversations over the next week. And then vote on this at the next meeting, whether it's repealing it or if there are going to be significant changes that are made to and then to vote on those. I think it says,
Sounds reasonable to me.
Could I ask an indulgence of the council? And this gets back to the earlier point. And again, you all will have your policy discussions and may repeal the ordinance, may amend it in more detail. But the one thing that I would ask is that you do approve the amendment tonight because this ordinance does remain on the books
until we change it.
Until you change it, and it just to have it not being the same number as the governor's executive order, I don't think that sends a good message to the public.
Yeah,
just my opinion. And
yeah, and I think that even this conversation and how it'll be reported, that could send very mixed, create a lot of more confusion because most people are, they're not reading 3 ordinances and trying to figure out what they are saying. So even whatever the report on this discussion will probably create more confusion than it being in place in the first place. So is there agreement to vote on this, and to make the current changes, and then do we want to bring this back at the next meeting, or do we want to prepare if you want to send feedback, and then we would all get that feedback and have it in any future updates if there are changes, which I'm sure there will be at the state level changes in the future?
I'm comfortable with voting on it now, and then the next opportunity where it has to be amended, taking advantage of that. I don't want people doing unnecessary work in the meantime if we're in a position where we need to vote on it as is. And but that's me.
Could I possibly ask if there's any council interest? I think one of the confusing issues that could be cleared up pretty easily would be if anyone might consider a motion to strike the word concert from the word gathering. I think that would help us interpret the ordinance in a way. That word concert may be right now the only thing that is requiring us to interpret the word gathering as applying to an entertainment venue in a way that would regulate them differently than the state's executive order.
Well, one of the specific things that the folks at Paramount were asking about was showing movies. And they've got a way, they figured out their social distancing to where they could have, I don't know, 100 or 150 or something like that, and maintain 6 feet of social distancing every place. And, when they called me and said, we want to be able to have our movies, and now we're being told we can't have our movies because we can only have 50 people here. Of course, my first answer was, well, I can't be your lawyer in this. I don't know, but you raised an interesting question because I was trying to figure out what portion of this ordinance actually regulated them when they showed a movie. I guess maybe it's a community event. Maybe it's a social event. I don't know. But
no, I would say that, so the Paramount is difficult because they do several different things. But the word theater is in public place. And the only thing that our ordinance says about public places is that you have to, the people in those public places have to wear masks while they're there. So theaters are part of the definition of public place, and our ordinance says that face coverings must be worn by all persons in public places unless you fall within one of the exceptions. The activities at the Paramount that I believe, and Mr. Blair, you can jump in if when this ordinance was originally drafted, you see anything different. But gathering was defined to include concerts. Now, community event is defined in our city code as being things like, the festivals that we have in parks, Tom Tom Festival, that sort of thing. That's a term of art defined in our local ordinance. And I don't think, unless there's a private gathering at the Paramount, I don't think they would fall within this definition of gathering except right now if they are having a concert. And so that—
See, I think that this is getting very dangerous because there are a lot of requests. There are requests for community centers. There are requests for the gyms to open back up. And we have everyone, I mean, including like the Heritage Center, following guidelines based on what is in place. And at a time when the virus is increasing, this discussion, even now, is a bit dangerous.
Well, the problem is we have an ordinance that we're having difficulty telling people who's regulated and who's not.
Mm-hmm.
So we have, our ordinance does basically two things. It regulates gatherings of a certain number of people. And the primary thing we were trying to do tonight was make sure that that number matches up with the governor's executive order. And so we regulate gatherings of a certain number of people. We also require face coverings in all public places. And that is not something that is causing any problems or any concerns. But the main thing that is so if you look, for example, at if you look at a lot of different categories of uses, they're not necessarily incorporated in the definition of gathering, and that is what's causing a lot of confusion.
Well, again,
Our problem is that we're not really in a position, once you adopt an ordinance, we're not really in a position of being able to interpret and counsel people as to what it means. It's got to be enforced a certain way, but we can't really give people advice as to who's in and who's out if we're having trouble figuring out what your intention has been.
Well, I think.
So I think, go ahead, Michael.
I think I would just be in support of having that mirror the governor's executive orders. I guess I would kind of view it as kind of a technical change almost, just to give more clarity. I know this is a little bit confusing and technical, but I think also just for the public, the bottom line is we're voting to be in accordance with the governor's executive orders, which means a strengthening of local COVID regulations. And that's really, just reiterate, that's ultimately what our discussion is about, is going into compliance with the stricter orders from the governor due to the huge spike in cases we've seen this month. But just want to reiterate that.
So for the short term, then, it sounds like we want to pass this ordinance, and we also want to add a strike of the word concert from gathering.
I would be in support of that.
Okay. And any further modifications will be for further discussion after tonight.
That's fine. So there are two places where we're changing 50 to 25. Those were in the draft. And then striking the word concert.
Mm-hmm.
That's Ms. Robertson's suggestion. Is that fair to say? Those are the only two things we're talking about? I'm good with that. For now, again, we can continue the discussion.
Okay.
All right. Was that the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Yeah.
I move that we adopt the COVID-19 ordinance amendment in addition to striking of the word concert from the context of gathering.
Second.
All right, any other further discussion?
Just reiterate for the public again, this is putting us in accordance with the governor's executive orders, which is lowering gatherings from 50 to 25, as well as imposing new restrictions on indoor dining and the sale of alcohol. And that this is being done in recognition of the spike in cases that we're seeing, not just in Charlottesville, but across the entire state. Just reiterate the importance of really taking these guidelines and the pandemic seriously. I know a lot of people are sort of in COVID fatigue mode because it's been going so long, but we really are in a very dangerous period and seeing statewide cases match the highest levels they've been at any point during this pandemic. So we just need to continue to be vigilant and take it seriously.
All right. Any other comments? All right. Ms. Thomas?
Counselor Payne?
Yes.
Counselor Snook?
Yes.
Mayor Walker?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill?
Yes.
Counselor Hill?
Yes.
All right, that carries 5-0. Next, we have the sister resolution, Sister City Partnership with Huehuetenango, Guatemala. It's one reading. And I know we need to work on that pronunciation a little bit more, but.
Hi, thanks, Mayor Walker. As co-chair of Charlottesville Sister Cities Commission, I'm excited to share our recommendation to pursue a relationship with the city of Huehuetenango, Guatemala, to council. In recent years, local educators and members of the community have reached out to our commission asking if we would consider including a Spanish-speaking city to our roster. There are many Spanish-speaking members of our community, and we have a strong Spanish language program within the public schools. We have strong relationships with our sister cities and are proud of the educational and cultural partnerships we have fostered with Besançon, Winneba, and Poggio. And we believe that the inclusion of a Spanish-speaking sister city, particularly the city of Huehue, would be a tremendous benefit to our schools and our city at large. I would like to note that this is simply to establish a friendship city status with Huehue over the next 3 years. So it's kind of that first step in the sister city program where we're just kind of getting to know each other. So it's during this trial period that our two cities connect and determine if a long-term relationship, like a sister cities relationship, is the right move. It's a pleasure to introduce you all to Jordan Lindbeck and Kelly Epley. Jordan presented their proposals for Huehue to our commission last summer and to a public information session earlier this year. It was an inspiration to our team as we pursued this matter, and I am so glad you have the chance to see your presentation as well. So Jordan and Kelly, if you guys are ready, I think Brian has the slides.
Great. Hi, everyone. Thank you for still being here so late. I will try to keep this as short and sweet as possible for you. And thank you for the time to be here. So here's a photo of Huehuetenango. The nickname is Huehue because you're good to go to the next one. Thank you. The nickname is Huehue because as you can see, that's a pretty long word name, and it's just pronounced Huehue, like W-A-Y, W-A-Y. So it's commonly used in Guatemala as well. So an unofficial name. And in terms of just a little background on my connection to Guatemala and why I care so much about it and believe that it would be a great candidate for a sister city for Charlottesville, I first visited back in 2010. A good family friend started an organization called the Ixtatán Foundation, which is a nonprofit based out of Charlottesville, that focuses on increasing access to quality education for rural Mayan youth. I traveled down with her for a week in high school to teach a dance class, and it made a huge impression on me. I continued to stay in touch with her and later joined the board, served as board president for 3 years. And now Kelly is here with us. And if you want to introduce yourself, Kelly, as the current board chair.
Sure. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for your service to our community. We appreciate this opportunity. My wife and I first served and got to know Guatemala in the late 80s during the armed conflict. She and I were down there building homes with Habitat for Humanity and also in the mountains of Peru and Mexico, and fell in love with the indigenous people of that region. and have been involved in it ever since. I was on the Ishtitan board in 2002, couple of times, and was working for Building Goodness Foundation for, 10 years when we were sending trips down. So very familiar with the area. Also know that there are hundreds actually of people from our community that have been involved going to Wayway over the last 25 years, hundreds. In fact, the Guatemala Initiative from UVA, through the Ishtitan Foundation, and through Building Goodness Foundation. So we're thrilled that there is this formalization of this relationship.
Thanks, Kelly. And as you can see here, the main three things that made me feel very connected to Guatemala and is the reason I care so much about it, we'll talk a little more in depth about these, is the remarkable landscape. There's everything from tropical rainforest to the very high 12,000-foot mountains and volcanoes, beautiful lakes. It truly is stunning. The culture, there is a vibrant and well-represented indigenous culture in the country that is a huge part of the fabric of its cultural identity. But more than anything, it's the people and their warmth and their openness and their interest in connecting and learning about visitors. And as a high schooler traveling for the first time out of the country without my parents, they made me feel extremely welcome. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Just for geographical context, Wayway is in the westernmost portion of Guatemala, touches Mexico. If any of you are familiar with Chiapas, the state of Chiapas, this area is very mountainous, which can be cold, like I mentioned, up to 12,000 feet. But Huehuetenango, the city within the department, has a highland subtropical climate, which basically means it's either perfect weather or pouring rain. So if it is in the rainy season, it's just sunny and lovely and very comfortable. The next slide, please. As I mentioned, the indigenous population of Guatemala is a huge part of its identity. And Guatemala, I do think, is unique in terms of how openly indigenous people represent their culture in terms of a lot of times their dress. To wear traditional clothing is still just a very regular thing to see around the streets, whether or not you're in the rural areas or in major cities. There's estimated about 40 to 60% of the population of the whole country is indigenous. There's a pretty wide range just from how people identify themselves on the census, but at least half. I also have here, the two photos here are both very distinct clothing styles that are worn in different parts of the Huehuetenango department. And as you can see, there are 22 different languages. They are distinct languages rather than dialects, languages in their own right with cultural identities that go along with it. You can see how distinct they are. And I have tried to learn some since I've been there, but it is very different and hard, but beautiful. And of those 22 languages, 9 are represented in Huehuetenango, so it is one of the most diverse departments in the whole country. Next, thanks. I guess dividing the history up into 2 chunks, even though it's much more than that. The first older period of Guatemala's history first was the Mam and Quiche, indigenous people, dominated the Huehuetenango area until the conquistadors came. This is a statue of a famous Mam Mayan warrior named Caibal Balam, who's just known for his legends in the area. The other defining historical event of Guatemala's modern history was the armed conflict that lasted almost 40 years, from 1960, started really in the 50s, and ended in 1996 with the peace accords being signed. It was a militarized government persecuting and murdering many indigenous people, many of which are in rural areas, and the Department of Huehuetenango was one of the most attacked and focused on areas of the country. It is called the Silent Holocaust sometimes because they would take out entire cities, and it was an area that was very remote, defenseless, and unseen in a lot of ways. After the peace accords have been signed, things have continued to improve. There's still definitely an impact, and there's fear associated with representing your Indigenous culture, and there's definitely still prejudice. But there are Mayan people representing them in high office in the government and in high profile jobs as well. And they've come a long way since then. Yeah. So in terms of what would bring you to Guatemala, about 2 million tourists go to Guatemala every year. One of the biggest attractions is the ruins. So you may have heard a little while back, there was this cool new ruin, detecting technology that National Geographic broke the news about, where they found new ruins in a different section of Guatemala, but which is very dense rainforest, and it was just like cities of ruins to discover. It's not the same kind of setting in Huehuetenango, but there still are a lot of ruins, and it can range everything from this top right photo, which is there are ruins named Zaculeu that are in the city of Huehuetenango, just about 10 minutes less than from the city center, all the way to kind of piles of rocks that have been covered in grass that if you step back and look at can see that it's the outline of what used to be a temple. These ruins, Zaculeu, are still used for ceremonies. They are open to the public to visit, and were actually used in the 20th century in some Hollywood films in an episode of Tarzan. You can also see the top left photo is the city center, which is a hub of activity. There's a market. There's also hiking, lots to do outdoors. The bottom right is a photo of a lagoon that's close by, and it's a lovely walk too. There's also a famous run every year that's, you go all the way up from Huehuetenango to the top of the Cuchumatanes Mountains that people come from all over to run. And it's about 11 miles straight up with very little oxygen, but very impressive. In the bottom left is it's called the Mirador, which is basically means lookout. There's a beautiful poem called A los Cuchumatanes, or To the Cuchumatanes mountain range, that's inscribed on these pillars. Kids will hang out and offer to read the poem for a quetzal, a coin, if you agree. There's also there's a lot of sporting events. I know these aren't things that necessarily are happening right now, but usually there's soccer, there's music. There are lots of libraries, universities, hospitals that have their heads in Huehuetenango. So folks are always traveling from all over the department and even from outside to come to school, to work in the city. There are many hotels. There are commercial flights now that go from the capital to the city. So it makes a 6-hour drive into a 30-minute flight, which is pretty great. The food is wonderful. This is my friend Isabel making a type of tamal, which they're just delicious and willing to show you how to make it. And there's lots of corn, lots of tortillas, really delicious sauces and meats. And it is very much a way to connect with people that, in my experience, Guatemalans have been very excited to share. And it's definitely a perk of visiting. In terms of industry, Guatemala is very well known for its coffee, and you can even find Huehuetenango coffee in Shenandoah Joe's or Mud House. It's known internationally for its quality. Cardamom is also a huge industry. And in terms of Guatemala tends to be very centralized in its work and where the government's energy is focused. But these last 2 points are two government initiatives that include Huehuetenango as a point of interest and focus for developing more and creating more business. In terms of opportunities for collaboration, Kelly touched on this some, but there are various opportunities for exchanges between Charlottesville and Huehuetenango. As I mentioned, there are a lot of universities, and we, through Ixtatan Foundation that Kelly and I are associated with, we brought a group of Guatemalan students here to the US for anything ranging from a month to 3 months a couple of years ago. Visas have gotten a little bit more difficult since then, but this group had lived with host families and had an amazing chance to participate in ESL courses with the county and learn about the US and focus on learning their English. We would love to send students from here there as well. That's already happening with what Kelly mentioned of the UVA Guatemala initiative with the hospital sending medical students down. There's also been students that go down to do research on water quality. Building Goodness Foundation has spent time in Guatemala and is a great local partner as well. And a very exciting partnership that we have that has emerged in the last couple of years with the Ixtatan Foundation is a English program through the U.S. Embassy. We have a wonderful relationship with them, and the Ixtatan Foundation staff in Guatemala is currently overseeing all of the English programs in Huehuetenango. And it's would also be a great way to initiate an exchange. That's that. So that's basically everything that I had to share with you all tonight. Again, I would ask you to remember the stunning landscape, the thriving culture, and the beautiful and open people that are in Guatemala as reasons for us to explore this opportunity to have Huehuetenango as a sister city.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think my first, if you all could explain just a little bit more in depth how this this location was chosen and that process, that'll be helpful for people who may not have followed very closely.
As far as from the sister cities perspective, or?
Yeah.
Sure. So we started this process actually before my time with the commission. I'm Kate Kogi, by the way. I'm the co-chair of the Sister Cities Commission. This process started almost 2 years ago. We heard from members of the community, including educators, asking for a Spanish-speaking sister city, and there was an outreach for recommendations from members of the public for options for some candidates for Spanish-speaking sister cities. And we read through these applications. We had members come in and give their presentations to us. And through that process, we narrowed it down to a couple of contenders. And what we did back earlier this year, either January or February, we held an event at Buford Middle School for anyone to come in and watch these presentations on Huehue and also on a city in Argentina, which were our final two candidates. And we had members of the public vote. There was an online voting system as well as a paper voting system. And from the presentations we saw from community members, along with the votes that were cast by members of the public, we came to this conclusion that this would be a good candidate to present to council.
Okay, thank you. Counselors, are there any questions?
If I recall in reading the presentation, there's quite a few members of the Charlottesville community who originate or their family originates in Guatemala. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, I would say in Charlottesville, largest represented countries would probably be Mexico, El Salvador, and Honduras. But yes, they're absolutely Guatemalan people, Guatemalan first generation, second generation kids living here and contributing to our community, in many ways.
No, yeah, just thank you for all the work. It seems exciting, and just one thing that came to mind is I think it could also be an opportunity to have important discussions, just given the history, some of which you referenced. I'm just thinking in particular because it was the United States who backed the military coup in Guatemala and likewise provided support for the government, which was committing genocide of the indigenous population. And I think those are kind of important conversations and connections that in our city and in our country we can have as well.
I just want to echo the thanks, and definitely have heard this rumbling since I've been on council for the last couple of years. This has certainly been, I know, a goal of the sister cities, and it's something I've heard from the community as well. And so appreciate the effort that went into engaging the community as part of this decision making, and all the thoughtfulness that went into bringing this forward to us today.
Yeah, we're really excited to bring this forward. It's been a little bit of a hiatus, and so we're back.
I'm just curious about what this first step means. There was description of it as being, I can't remember the term you used, the first step, that not quite all the way there or something. What's the progression like?
It's called a friendship city. It's kind of weird. It's kind of like dating. So we take 3 years to kind of get to know each other a little bit better, start seeing what connections might take place there. So it's a 3-year process typically, how we do that with our sister cities. And so if today's vote is affirmative, then we would report in writing our recommendations to pursue this new city to you guys. And then the city manager would send an official information packet to the mayor of Wayway, along with a letter asking for an establishment of this friendship city status. It's a somewhat informal process, but basically looking for ways to sort of foster new relationships, build these existing relationships that already exist between Charlottesville and Wayway, but just sort of a getting to know you period for a couple of years to see if this is really the right thing.
And is there then an expectation that 3 years from now a next step gets taken, and what is that next step?
So that next step, that would be sort of the process of, so let's see here.
Is there a formal protocol set up for this? Some, Sister City International that tells you, okay, do this, then do that?
There are some protocols. I have Charlottesville's, our guidelines for affiliating with the new sister city pulled up right now. And so after this process, after 3 years, we can make a formal presentation to commission recommending the establishment of a new sister city relationship and requesting that we seek approval from council to sort of change this title from friendship to sister. And so it will be no less than 3 years from that date that we would do that. So there will be a formal process of changing that title over to official.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt a resolution initiating the sister city partnership between Charlottesville and Huehuetenango, Guatemala.
I'll second the motion. Huehuetenango.
Or Wayway.
Any further discussion? All right, Ms. Thomas.
Councilor Payne. Councilor Snook.
Yes.
Mayor Walker.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill.
Yes.
Councilor Hill.
Yes.
All right, that carries 5-0 to officially start the friendship. And thank you all for the presentation.
Thank you all so very much. Sorry, Kate.
Oh, no, thank you.
Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
And I just want to say my camera and mic, my camera was off there because I was charging this device while you all were giving your presentation, but I did see the presentation and I was there just in case anybody was wondering why my screen was off. Thank you. All right, next up, we have a report. It's the legislative agenda, and there's one reading.
Madam Mayor, this is David Blunt, with the TJPDC. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, Ms. Robertson and I are going to share this presentation this evening. Thank you for opportunity to be with you tonight. The next session of the General Assembly begins in a little over 5 weeks, and I think it's going to be unlike any session that we've ever seen before. The legislature is likely going to deal with about 1,200 bills in what could be a very short 30-day session. So in order to be prepared to address the many issues that the local governments will be concerned about during that time, you do have before you for your review and approval tonight the 2021 draft regional legislative program. Madam Mayor, I know that you and Ms. Hill have discussed the legislative program several times in recent years, but for Ms. McGill and Mr. Payne and Mr. Snook, let me just say that the program is a slimmed down version of its previous self. It lists just 3 top priorities for the local governments in the region this year. And then the accompanying legislative positions section has also been significantly curtailed to focus on what are really, I think, the most critical positions and recommendations in other areas of concern to the region or to our individual localities. The 3 top priorities, if I could just briefly review those for you. First, there's actually a new priority titled Support for Recovering Communities. And this new priority really just speaks to supporting action at the federal, state, and local levels to protect and assist local communities to ensure their viability in the face of the ongoing COVID-19 health emergency. The next priority deals with budgets and funding, and this is a pretty substantially revised position that really consolidates several of our previous priorities to support several things: enhanced state aid to localities and to K-12 schools, to continue to oppose unfunded state mandates and cost shifting to localities, and also to continue to urge the enhancement of local revenue options so that you might be able to better diversify your local revenue streams. And then the third priority deals with broadband. This priority continues to be very critical, heightened, of course, because of our ongoing situation. Whether you're talking about the need for broadband for homes or businesses or K-12 or for telemedicine, there really has been a big spotlight shown on the need for broadband here in the past 9 months. As I said, I thought it was a good time to streamline the program because of the situation that we're in, to really to tighten up the focus to be on fewer priorities. And then also in the legislative positions section, I really found a number of those statements were outdated. They were no longer pertinent. They maybe were more aspirational language that was asking the state to do something that maybe was not really connected to any legislative or regulatory action. But I think what remains in that section or in those sections are the position statements that are really the most critical on where we need to take a stand. So I'm glad to discuss any of those items or answer any questions. And again, would be looking for your approval of the program this evening.
David, one question I had is, in talking about broadband, obviously we understand how that would apply to rural areas, but we've got some perhaps smaller areas in Charlottesville, but nonetheless the communities in Charlottesville that don't have as much. I mean, frankly, broadband is one of those things just very expensive for some people to get. I'm just wondering, how is this pretty much just a rural kind of a response that you're looking for, or is there something in here for cities and places like us as well?
Yeah, I would say it is largely for expanding the access, and as you pointed out, you all are pretty well covered in that regard. But I think certainly to address the access that everyone has. It speaks to investment in broadband. So to the extent that not only is broadband funding made available for expansion into those unserved areas, but also maybe programs that make it accessible, where the infrastructure is already in place by those who may not be able to afford it or be able to get it for some other reason.
I guess the one thing that seems likely to have impact in the city would be the final bullet point. Consideration proposal would subject broadband to stricter and more developed regulation as a public utility. What kinds of regulations do you think are likely to be suggested?
I think that's probably a more aspirational statement at this point. I think certainly as people have talked about broadband, here in the past several years, they've looked back to, the early 1900s and the Rural Electrification Act. So I think that folks look at it as an opportunity maybe to look at our history and say that we need to be doing something like was done during that time, because broadband is more and more becoming essential infrastructure that everyone should have access to.
I'll also note that within the last 2 to 4 years, there's been a lot of legislation at the state level that mandates particularly municipalities to allow the use of their public rights of way for new small cell facilities, and really without getting much of anything in return. So everyone's sort of looking now to encourage the legislature to call in some obligations or chips and say, we've made these areas available to you for your infrastructure. Now it's time for you to start giving back based on, the development that you've been making.
Are there any other questions? No? Okay. So there's no vote for this. We've had a lot of opportunities to provide feedback, and there were 2 counselors working directly with staff. So I'm assuming that process went well. And so if there are no further questions, then is there anything else that staff needs from us?
We've only talked about the regional piece, right?
And we will need you to vote on both, either together at the end or individually. But we do.
So you need that tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This just says on my thing, no vote, just feedback, a question mark. So
yeah,
right.
No, we definitely need that. The legislators are putting bills in as we speak, so we need to get that information to them.
Okay. All right, so Lisa, are you then giving a presentation on the
yes, and I'll keep it brief.
Legislative positions. Okay.
Yes. So you all have a proposed set of legislative position statements been drafted. We have received input from your legislative committee, and for the most part, the provisions that are in this proposed position statement are positions that City Council has consistently taken for several years, but we have updated them to adjust for quite a number of legislative successes that were achieved last year, and to also attempt to this year's legislation. But given the special session and all the focus on COVID, anticipating what will be the major issues in the general session other than COVID relief and related financial issues has been very difficult. So we haven't given you any position statements that are radically new. Most of these are adjustments. We left in the document a number of comment boxes that help explain how we approached editing the environmental position statements. These are the environmental legislative area is one in which there were quite a number of successes last year. And if you have any question about the provisions that we've included here, we have Crystal Rittervold and Susan Elliott on the phone to answer any questions you may have. I will also note that, and I apologize that it was so late, but late this afternoon, forwarded to you some proposed edits to the vehicles and transportation section on pages 3 and 4 of the proposed position statements. Crystal, Susan, and I and Garland Williams met, and we went over some of the language that had been included, but we still needed to get input from Mr. Williams. And so based on his input, we have a minor change proposed to position statement number 3 under vehicles and transportation. And then we would recommend that we delete position number 6 altogether, as that is not a position that Mr. Williams was comfortable forwarding at this time. So unless you all, we will be happy to answer questions. David's here to help with sort of the larger issues. And as I said, Crystal and Susan are here to answer environmental questions. I understand that David also attended a meeting this afternoon at which one of the topics was the use of recordation tax revenue. So if anyone would like an update on that, David may be able to share where that's going, but certainly, although it's not expressly in these position statements, it will certainly be a matter among all of the other budgetary issues that we encourage legislators to put that revenue back and to oppose any legislation that would further erode or take away any other sources of local revenue.
Because that was about, we received an update about that, back in October.
Yes.
With a little over 205,000, I think it was. Okay, so yeah, I'm interested in hearing what, how the meeting today and those comments.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of council. It's actually just a telephone conference call that I had with a couple of other the legislative liaisons, 2 localities in the Richmond area, just trying to look at some ways that we might try to address that during the coming General Assembly session. As you're aware, there was some legislation this past year that basically redirected $20 million in recordation tax funding to a new transit fund in Hampton Roads. So we were looking at some ways to possibly craft a budget amendment, on the assumption that there's nothing that will be forthcoming in the governor's introduced budget in the middle of, actually the middle of next week. That would address this, and that would be to what we were talking about today was is looking to how we can just not take away the money that was taken away from the remaining cities and counties and towns in the Commonwealth this past session, but to be able to utilize additional recordation tax revenues that are coming in the current fiscal year and have those distributed in the manner in which they were prior to this current fiscal year. So I think I looked at the revenue report through the first 4 months of the fiscal year. So through October, the recordation tax revenues were up 30-some% above the projections for the year. So that's what we're, I think between, this work, I think the Association of Counties is also working hard on this issue, as well as VML, that there will be some proposals to try to undo or to at least bring back some of the money that was lost by most of the localities in the state this past session.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, counselors, for either Mr. Blunt or Ms. Robertson?
I had a question about, I think I had asked earlier, I think it just got kind of lost, about the idea of, I noticed before we had written letters of support to like other organizations, and we support what their legislative agenda is bringing forward. I believe we had one of those last year in an education field.
Yes.
And I was just wondering what was staff's consideration on the idea of supporting C3's legislative asks in that way.
So I'm going to let Crystal Rittervold address that in more detail, but in general, the position statements that you have here are very much aligned with theirs. So in general, when we offer support for other specific things, sometimes we do that because someone else is sort of a specialized advocate for a particular area, and we want to sort of sign on to those things in circumstances where we don't have a very similar position ourselves. But Crystal may be able to address that more particularly.
Sure, I'd be happy to. We did take the time to go through the state policy priority document that C3 has published. And there are a number of items in your packet that are, closely, if not exactly aligned with topics and positions that they've put forward. So I think that there's good overlap. As you see, the notes in there demonstrate that there's some other sources that we used as well, including communications and coordination with peers in some of our other Virginia localities. I will also share that C3 reached out and inquired about a couple of particular ones, and I was able to confirm that those are in your legislative packet. I understand that they're going to be trying to organize some additional sort of momentum and support behind a few of these items as the General Assembly moves forward. And I think because they are in your packet, there should be no issue with kind of standing behind those.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, so leaving the tracking the changes was very helpful for me. So thank you for that. Good. Staff then. All right, so we do need a vote. And so is there a motion? And Ms. Rob.
I was going to ask if we do them. Did you say we do this together? I'm sorry.
You can do this together as long as your motion is clear that both of the statements are being approved. And for the, so if the motion could say that both motions are approved and the changes, the changes that were put forward by staff to the transportation section are included as well.
Oh, so you ready for that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I move that we adopt we support, is it support?
Or adopt, yes, that
okay.
would be fine.
The TJPDC 2021 legislative program and list of changes, as well as the proposed city statement of the legislative positions for 2021 with the changes that were put forward by staff are being included.
And the transportation.
Yeah.
Second.
All right, Ms. Thomas.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill.
Yes.
All right. So that carries 5-0. And thank you all for the presentations, and thank you for your advocacy. And Mr. Blunt, we know that it's going to be a busy upcoming session, so appreciate your efforts in advance.
Thank you very much.
Wish you stamina. And thank you to our council colleagues who helped to lead our charge on this with staff.
Staff did most of it.
Okay.
Our main job is to read what Lisa wrote.
All right, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next, we have a report, the Comprehensive Annual Finance Report for fiscal year 2020 audit. Yep, and staff presentation.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor, members of council. Chris Cullinan, Director of Finance. The Code of Virginia requires that localities have their accounts and records audited annually as of June 30th every year by an independent certified public accountant in accordance with specifications furnished by the Auditor of Public Accounts. State code also requires that the city's auditor report to the governing body in a public session. This evening, Mr. John Aldridge, CPA, a partner with the firm of Brown Edgerton Company, is here to present their report to City Council. And with that, I'll introduce Mr. Aldridge.
All right. Well, thank you all for having me tonight. And again, I'll keep this pretty informal because it's late and not many people are excited about talking about audits this late at night, but we'll do the best we can. But as Chris mentioned, we have to do an audit every year. And included in the audit is not just the city, it's the school board and EDA. So those are all part of this audit that we issue. We issued an opinion on the financial statements this year. We issued what's known as an unmodified or a clean opinion. So that's as good as it gets. You all had a clean opinion on your financial report. A couple things I would want to point out to you. And again, once you get a copy of the financial report, you can look for yourselves. But with the impact of COVID, one of the things I wanted to look at, and I like to look at, are in localities is just the strength of their general fund. And I know y'all talked about that earlier tonight and just looking at reserves. And one of the things that I noticed with the city of Charlottesville, looking at your reserves and fund balance, in particular the general fund, right now, if you take into account your debt service, you have right at 2.4 months of reserves sitting there. So meaning if we didn't collect another dime at the city, how long could we make it? And it would be 2.4 months. Last year at this same point in time, you were at 2.49 months. So it went down just a little bit compared to 19. But again, you're at 2.4. Out of just for some comparison, how do you stack up against, like, for example, city of Lynchburg? They're right at 1.96 months. City of Roanoke, they're at 1.58 months. And then your neighbors next door in the county, they're at 2.08 months. And those are based on 19 numbers. And the reason I tell you that, the bare bones minimum that the Government Finance Officers Association says you need to have is 2 months. So you're above that. You're above the minimum of 2 months. But what they would also tell you is the goal for any locality is to have at least 5 months of reserves sitting in their unassigned fund balance. You know, there are very few of my clients that have that number, I'll be honest with you, throughout the state. Oftentimes we see larger numbers with small localities like a town or somebody like that that doesn't have a diverse tax base. So that's something that's going on. But again, the fact that you all are at 2.4 is at the end of June, I think is a good thing. I think it's something you, again, want to continue to monitor. But I do want to point that out to you. Your months and fund balance, it just went down a little bit compared to last year. The other thing I like to look at are your enterprise funds. Those are your funds that are set up so that you have user fees that cover those costs. That would be your water fund, your sewer fund, your gas, and your storm water and golf. And the way those things should be viewed is, do we have users paying for those costs? Meaning we're not having to use tax money to pay for those services. And in your cases, in all of those, the fees charged are covering the cost. So that's a good thing. The only one where you have that the fees do not cover the cost is your golf fund. The golf, and that's, again, that's common for most localities. And quite frankly, a lot of localities just put the golf fund as part of Parks and Rec and don't show it as its own fund. But again, that one's not covering its cost. The rest of them are. So I wanted to point that out. As far as your budget goes, you complied with all your budget requirements there. And then again, the only other thing I'll mention to you all, and again, I can answer any question that you have. We have to look at certain compliance with state law and state code. And if we note any non-compliance, we put it in a report, and I think you have a copy of that report. In looking at that, there were 4 matters that we noted related to state non-compliance, 3 of which relate to your social services department. Several, I think all 3 probably were repeat findings from the prior year. So I would just probably like to remind the social service department to really take a look at those. They're not big things, but they are things the state requires us to look at. And those are listed out in your report, and you can see what those particular findings were. Again, we issued a management letter with just a few observations, just a few recommendations in there as well. But overall, I would tell you that your finances are in good shape. Your staff did a good job of pulling this together. They were good to work with. The only piece of the audit that is not done yet relates to our testing of the federal money that came through the city. And the reason being is you did receive a little bit of CARES money before year end, and the federal government has not released the final rules on that yet. So it's not like we can issue the opinion on it because we don't even know what the rules are yet. The goal is we're hoping that's going to come out by the end of December. But what's happening in most of our localities are just going ahead and you can send this report to the state and meet the requirement. It's a December 15th deadline this year. You can meet all those requirements and then do the federal audit piece later. You have up to 9 months to get that done after year end. So that's, I'm not too worried about that. But usually it's done by now, but that's the reason it's not. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you all have.
And one thing I might add, Council, is that the financial report has been published on the Finance Department's website and is available. And we are getting some hard copies made as well for folks who might request it in that way.
Okay, thank you. Councilors, are there any questions? No questions? All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the update, and thank you to staff for your work making sure that the review process went well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have, that's the last item under general business. So we, other business, and I know there were 2 items that councilors had said they wanted to discuss during other business.
I think one of those was regarding our strategic planning process and both the timeline and scope of some of these initial steps we want to take in light of the budget cycle. So I think just aligning on what that looks like, both short term as we prepare for the actual strategic plan. I think what I understand from exchanges to date, that we won't begin the full council and staff process in earnest until after we wrap up this budget cycle. So looking at the later part of April, but just getting alignment on what steps might need to be taken in preparation for that to make sure that we're kind of hitting the ground running when we get to that point. That's my understanding.
I know from our public interactions, and we were getting a lot of input that doing the strategic plan and the comp plan and the housing affordability plan and the climate plan all at the same time was causing a great deal of stress on a time when it's also very hard for community engagement. And I know that's why I believe we were beginning to look at the idea of delaying the strategic plan. And just wanted to make sure we were all kind of talking about how we want to look at that delay. What do we want to do? Looking at how we want to approach this. With input and how to, if we want to start using this time until we start actively working on the strategic plan more, with just gaining some more input from staff and the community.
My sort of overall concern here is that I still don't think, I know that I don't know what other people think this process is going to look like. I have, from back in January when we first started talking about the strategic plan, I was asking for some idea of an agenda, some idea of how we were going to do this, or who was going to do what. And of course, it got put off into February, then it got put off by COVID, and then it got put off because of various other reasons. And I've still not seen any clear idea of what it is we think we're going to do. At the September meeting, it seemed like the only thing we were going to be doing was to spend our time rewriting 3 one-page documents. After that meeting, I tried to find out from various people, including our facilitator, what the next steps were going to look like. And it was only in the last month or so that it became apparent that what we were considering to be a strategic plan process was going to involve more than simply council talking on 3 separate days, either 1 week apart or 1 month apart. So I gather that we now have some idea that the staff is going to be involved in the strategic planning process, but do we have that process outlined?
So in terms of staff being involved, staff was going to be involved in the process before. The previous city manager just was in charge of that part of the process. And in terms of feedback and update on that, that process got, a little, and I'm just commenting there because the meeting that Vice Mayor McGill and I had with staff, there were a lot of staff who didn't think they were going to be a part of the process, even though the day that we had the original session, we invited staff to participate. And I had asked several times before, like what staff needed to be, what staff was going to be present, and that decision was never made by council that staff would not participate. I think the question came up during the meeting was whether this was a staff-led initiative and presented to council, or whether council led initiative, which it was never any of our thinking from anyone I've talked to, or whether it was a more collaborative model that we were seeking. And from the conversations with counselors, my understanding to date is that we believe that this would be a more collaborative model. In terms of the feedback that you had requested about what the process is, I don't think that the facilitator at the time thought that she needed to give information about what was a strategic plan in the process, but it became clear the first meeting even that I think even there was some confusion about whether we were creating a new document or whether we were critiquing this former, the document that was already in place. And so, and that it became even, clear about council and the work that we were doing in between the sessions, and whether those public sessions, which there was always supposed to be work between those sessions, but whether those were sufficient, and somehow they came to be viewed as that they were the, they would encompass the entirety of the work, and that was never the case. So since there was so much confusion, about this process, the transitions that we are facing internally, the work load that was clear from staff, and the need for us to at least extend the current document again going into this budget cycle, but we would need to be ready with a document of some sort to influence the next budget cycle, that we needed to talk about this process and get it and be a little bit more clear. So the recommendation that I sent for this go around was that there be that we would have 2 counselors, that Mr. Blair would determine through conversations with staff who wanted to be on this just initial committee to kind of lay out the process in a more formal way, which you're saying, and to make sure that staff and council and the public was completely clear on the process this time. Make that formal presentation to council in March, and that committee would also, in the proposal that I sent, would have one of the task force working group committee members, whatever word you want to use for this, that each counselor could pick a member of the public to also be in this group. And so then this group would present to council whether what process we were doing, whether we were simply modifying the current documents, or we are expecting to do a complete overhaul and there'll be new documents. I made the comments in my email that we would definitely probably exceed the $10,000 no bid procurement policy, and so that we would probably have to bid this one out. So the group would have those initial discussions about what needed to go into that document to solicit bids for companies. And then, so by the March council meeting, we should have that process in place. We should be ready to either beforehand or by that date had selected a company. And this is something that we can talk about in the group to be presented at council if we needed to even present that part, by the last meeting in February. And then we would, after budget wrapped up in April, we would proceed at that time So this is really the group to just figure out what this process needs to look like so everybody feel comfortable with moving forward, but so that we can actually move forward, because this has been put off for quite a bit of time. And then all the key players would be at the table, and hopefully the communication that needs to happen amongst council, amongst staff, being able to say what the public input and, feedback and further communications. We had Mr. Wheeler create the press releases before the mechanism for the public to provide feedback. If that needs to be a more robust process, we've talked about things in the past when we wanted feedback from the public, like even inserting in, utility bills. We had the public comment at the council meetings. So whatever that process looked like, this group would talk about, agree on, present to council, and be ready to go at the end of the budget cycle.
But the proposal included that there would be 5 community members just in this initial phase.
Yes, that's what was in the email.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent the email to everybody.
Yeah, no, I was just forgetting that component until you just said it again. Yeah. Because I do want us to try to keep this as streamlined as possible for this planning phase, because one of the reasons that we were putting things off is to try not to make it so labor intensive right now. But I think it is important to have just kind of a framework by which we're going to operate. And I can see that being helpful with, some key members of staff who have familiarity, who have gone through this process before or have some vision for it. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how other people would play a role in this, unless they have some areas of expertise in this, which I think could be valuable if there are people in the community that are familiar with these types of processes and can kind of help to guide us.
And my recommendation was just based on the feedback that we were getting, that the public was confused. And if there were a process to help, every time you added someone or took someone out, someone else said they felt left out, or someone was advocating on their behalf that they were left out. And I just thought this would cover it. I think that we will make sure that the public, there's nothing that we can really do in this community that the public is not involved in. So I was thinking that we were covering some of those, but if there's a better way to do that, then that can be discussed. And then the points that, Vice Mayor Magill, do you want to just, because I think that's where we at, if this is the process or if there's another process, and then what it is, and then we need to just decide.
Now that I'm understanding the process a little bit more fully, I didn't realize that the initial recommendation was for a committee to figure out the process.
I thought that was I'm sure that was in the email, but okay. All right, so I think the next, go ahead, were you finished?
Overall, I think that's, a good process to lay out. And again, I just, wanted to make sure that we were talking about this very openly, so that when we've stopped the strategic plan, suddenly we're very clear as to why we're stopping it.
Because a question I have is our hope or goal to have this initial process result in getting a sense of the scope of what we want to accomplish in terms of if we're what we're looking to rewrite, or if we're looking to build off the work that staff did through last process, because that's just an area where I'm guessing we're all sort of a little unsure there and exactly what the scope or end goal is exactly going to be.
Yes, and that is, I think, one of the main questions that will, and then whatever the process is, who, you know, what, how are we moving forward with that process?
And I'll just reiterate, I just think that the more nimble we can kind of keep this working group, I think the better. At this stage, I think there's going to be there can be opportunities for tremendous public involvement, but I think it's going to be, the onus is on us working with staff to kind of lay out the process before we do it. I mean, Mr. Blair, do you have any thoughts on this and from a staff's point of view? I mean, the other point that Councilor McGill brought up, or Vice Mayor McGill brought up, was just around the timing of this with all the other things that are kind of coming to fruition in parallel, and how, you know, it's like, which comes first, the chicken or the egg, you know, and some of these things. And so I think if we just looking at it more holistically, given that we're in this kind of pause mode and we know these other things are certainly on the horizon, like what is the right timeline for this period? Like,
well, I can only offer you a couple of observations. I mean, I think when you talk about the strategic plan and this timeline, let's be candid. I mean, budget, you want a representative from the budget office as one of your staff representatives, as this is going to really, it affects their department and their work more than any other staff member. So I would only ask that when you're discussing these timelines, that you do keep in mind that obviously this is also the budget office's most busiest time of year. And, but again, they also, it's critical that either Ms. Hamill or Mr. Davidson be one of the staff representatives on the strategic plan committee as well. That'd be the first observation I'd offer. The second is, I think it's also worth noting when we look at the coming 6-month work plan of council and staff in general, you've got your budget, you've got your housing affordability strategy, your comp plan, as well as working with the Police Civilian Review Board on amending ordinances and bylaws. So there's a lot of big projects on the next 6-month horizon for your timeline as a council. And I'd only, again, offer those two observations to you from a staff perspective, because obviously staff's going to be involved heavily in each of those big projects as well.
Not to mention hiring a city manager.
Sure.
Which also provides like another context by which timing should be considered.
But I don't know. In whether we need to put something else off, I just don't want us also to run into the feedback we received last time that there wasn't any clear direction in the city. And so there has to be some sort of process that starts.
If the idea, and I'll be honest with you, like the others, I hadn't focused on Mayor Walker, your email of November 20th as being, I suppose, it says what it says, but I hadn't focused on it as being the point at which we were all supposed to be starting to coalesce around this proposal for how we were going to start thinking about doing the strategic plan. If the idea is that we're supposed to have 2 to 3 employees from each of at least 3 different categories of employees, plus 5 citizen representatives, plus 2 counselors, we're now talking about a minimum of 11 and probably 13 or 14 people. And I don't think it's that, I don't think it should take more than about 5 people to figure out what the process is going to be.
And again, I put in there that Mr. Blair would determine. You responded to that email. I think, yes, this is fine or something like that. So again, if there is a process, just say what the process is. I wasn't selecting the staff. That would be up to Mr. Blair to give us the feedback on and to talk to staff to see who was interested in participating. So that wasn't going to be a decision that council made. And I think that should have, I mean, I've been consistently saying that there's no way for us. I've never said, even before when this process started, that we didn't select the individuals who met with the previous city manager. He chose them. That was just part of the setup in the initial meetings that Dr. Cozart had. So those people would be determined, but there has been feedback about which staff, which level, and who. So if it's just out there that it's a possibility, then anyone within the organization that they thought or determined through conversations could participate, wanted to participate, would be able to.
You have participation in the actual building of the strategic plan versus the building of the process to then pursue the strategic plan. I think there's just some little bit of confusion around which phase of this we're talking about.
Well, the actual plan, we would have a facilitator who would be guiding whatever process that this initial group presented and council then voted to move forward on.
The convened group, as you say, of this 11 to 14 people would be determining whether we're going to use a consultant for the process, to submit a detailed list of our recommendations, I guess, as to whether to use a consultant at a March 2021 meeting.
No, that process would be, what is the process? Are we tweaking documents? You sent that around. If we were just tweaking documents, or if we were completely doing a overhaul and a new, that's been the question. And so that apparently are the decision points that need to be made. And then based on whatever those conversations, whatever happens during those conversations, that group would say, council, this is what I think needs to happen. We think needs to happen moving forward. And if we are whatever group we're moving forward with, then we would do that. If we're continuing with Dr. Cozart, then we're moving forward Dr. Cozart. If we're not, and we have to look at the dollar amount. If the dollar amount is going to exceed the $10,000, then we have to put bids out. We have to request bids. What does that, if that is the process, if there's a possibility of a process similar to what just happened with the search firm, are there, are we going to request bids from certain individuals? I mean, I think all of that would be determined in in this meeting, and presented to council.
Okay, I confess I did not glean all of that from the memo that you sent on November 20th, but maybe I didn't, and maybe we should have talked more about it. I should have called you or something. I still have a real difficult time with the notion that we're going to ask 14 people or even 11 people to get together to talk about something that is just process oriented.
Yeah. And I think Counselor Hill just said the same thing. So if it's fewer people, then that's fine. I just sent that recommendation based on all the feedback that we have been getting in from counselors, from staff, some of the public comments. At this point, fewer, more, we just need to figure out a process to get it done. And that was all. I tried to make sure that everything anyone had said was covered, and to making sure no one felt left out. And again, we would be asking Mr. Blair to determine what staff members were interested, and we would be then meeting to figure out what moving forward looked like. So I don't think at this point anyone can say that they know what moving forward looks like, and we wouldn't be able to determine that until we had these few initial meetings, and then we should be able to get some feedback. Council should be able to vote on on what the process looked like, moving forward looks like, and then we would be able to talk to procurement or whoever we needed to talk to about next steps at that point, and be able to determine when. I mean, even in this group, if April is too soon as a start date, then that would come out of the group discussions, and council would get that feedback if it was later than April, and what that recommendation would be. I think anything is possible. It's just trying to figure out how to start the process and make sure everybody feels included in the process.
And this might not be popular opinion, but I feel like there's a couple of things at play here. Obviously, a lot has changed over the last year. And we are constrained in terms of resources internally. We are also constrained ourselves in how much capacity that we're going to have as a body. And there's a lot of other major projects, as Mr. Blair lined up, that are happening also in parallel that also might influence decision-making when we're thinking about it at a strategic planning level. But I'm really sensitive mostly to just the capacity of anyone right now in the next few months if we're going to be taking on something significant, not just with this initial process piece, but just then jumping right into the strategic planning piece with all these other pieces in motion that have already been outlined. And so I'm just thinking about it, and just thinking about where we are versus where we were even a few months ago in terms of priorities, and then really needing to prioritize everyone's time and energy. I'm not so convinced this is the right time to be revisiting this now.
Well, I think staff, okay. I know we've been talking about for 2 years the need for this. We had a previous city manager who said that they could not do their job because we did not have this document completed. We have not had conversations about priorities, and we have not been able to even state clearly during any meeting with staff what they are. This is the time that all of that would be done. If this document, we would be going into the fiscal year 2023 before this document is already updated. So I don't understand how we think we can keep putting it off. And if the guiding document for the overarching mission, goals, and values of the city is not a top priority, I don't understand what is.
I'm not saying, and I think it's such a priority that I want to make sure that we get it right. And I'm just concerned that we don't have the resource capacity right now to focus on this in the next several months. I'm not saying it's not a priority. I'm just trying to acknowledge we have some limitations here that we're working with. And
okay.
When does the bulk of the work for the finance department end regarding the budget?
Ideally, per the city code, a budget is adopted by April 15th. So typically, as you know, the work sessions will pile up and a budget will be introduced in March, and then hopefully council adopts it by April 15th. And then usually think after that session, folks in the budget office do take some time off. So, I mean, it probably you'd be talking about May, you know, the early part of May. I mean, April 15th is kind of the crescendo. And then there's probably going to be a couple weeks after that where people take some time off.
So if we, I mean, and again, the budget department has to be part of this, even the beginning conversations when it comes to process, because they're the ones who, I mean, everyone works with it, but they're the ones who really have to work with it legally. I mean, like it has to make sense to our budgeting. And I think both Chrissy and Ryan have been through and actively participated in previous strategic plans. So we're looking, before they're really going to have time to participate in something else, is not going to be until beginning of May. Unless we want to really, impact their workload at a time when it's at its tightest. Just want to make sure I'm clear on it, that is correct.
Well, I don't want to obviously speak for them. I mean, I think that's close. I mean, obviously, I think we know this Thursday we're going to have our second budget work session, and their work will steadily increase over the next 3 months. And again, hopefully the crescendo is April the 15th.
And you two met with staff along with Mr. Blair, but more directly, and I guess what was the sense of staff in terms of, like, I got the sense that they felt like at the moment that you were having that conversation that jumping right into the full-fledged strategic plan was not the best time frame. But what time frame did staff offer up of when they felt like they would more holistically have the capacity to really invest in this process? Because it is an important process and we need to be invested in it when it comes time. I'm just not really clear on what their expectations were for what was realistic.
I don't think we really, I don't remember actually, I don't remember that particular coming to light as to when a good time would be. The biggest things were, finding the focus of the strategic plan. So again, I think having a small group to figure out the process is a really great idea. And the group that figures out how to engage, well, and if we end up hiring a consultant who does strategic plans, I would hope that they would have ideas on how to engage the community in a strategic plan. I mean, I know one of the key issues that was coming up was, where is the strategic plan going to permanently live? Previously it lived with a person, and instead of an office, it felt like it was a person who kind of took that on. And so when that person left, there wasn't somebody else who really, that was part of their job description, really. So, I mean, that's one of the things that needs to be figured out, definitely, is even once we get the strategic plan in place, where does it live? What office? And it needs to be an office and not a particular person anymore. And I could see that being as part of the preliminary kind of discussions, especially if it was 2 counselors and some key staff on that. I mean, and that's, again, that's part of the issues, is some cities have entire departments that all they do is a strategic plan. That's what they do. That's what their job is. Other cities produce something every 10 years and barely look at it. So it's, what do we want our strategic plan? How do we want it to influence is another key question that was also, I think, causing a lot of confusion.
By staff, you mean?
Yeah, is, you know, what does council expect their strategic plan to be? Because each department also has smaller strategic plans. I remember Mr. Brown helped me clarify for me when he said that he saw the strategic plan as being the desires and the goals of the city, while the comp plan is the means to get to them, and then the budget is the financial piece on getting there. And that helped click for me, kind of an overarching idea of what the strategic plan is actually supposed to be doing. And it is, we're getting in this whole chicken and egg thing of, you know, this is a very important piece that helps show what we as a community are prioritizing, as the mayor has said. But then it's also, if we want to do it well, we have got so much staff time directed into these other things right now that unless we dropped the comp plan or dropped the budget or, you know, dropped COVID, which we can't do, I don't see how our staff and community have the time to do this right now. And it does influence a city manager, helping a city manager see who we are and what we value from the get-go during this search.
And that last point, I agree. I just think that that's not something we're not going to produce this in time for that to be the factor. Like, we're at a different state now.
True.
And I want it to be done right when we're able to get it done. I'm just concerned that we're not in a position to really take this on right now. And maybe that's a revisiting of what we can take on when we are a few months out and we might have more information. But in addition to just the capacity, there's a lot of key positions that are not filled right now. And so I just worry about that capacity, as well as just the input from various areas of the organization being as fruitful. So at this point, I just feel like that we're not in a position to take on a meaningful step right now.
One thing that I would offer is it's important to understand, and you know, I think we can get into the plan squared, the plan cubed, and conversations can almost seem absurd when you talk about so many plans. But it is important to focus on what each document is supposed to provide you and the residents of the city. You know, your comprehensive plan is supposed to help guide certainly your land use. And while it's not solely land use, it's supposed to help guide those decisions most of all, and your development process. It also plays a role in your capital project evaluation. Your strategic plan is more, we as a council want to accomplish the following goals that are within our purview and allocate our resources accordingly so that these goals are accomplished. And it's supposed to, again, both documents are supposed to, from both the land use process and your budgetary process, they're supposed to avoid the ad hoc nature that can be a detriment to any organization. You know, these are supposed to be your guiding budgetary resource document and your guiding land use capital project documents. So I just offer that because when you're talking about recruiting a new city manager, it's true. Anybody who looks at these openings, they look to a community's strategic plan and the comp plan and sometimes the council vision to determine, okay, what are going to be my expectations in the next 5 years? But saying that, it's not as if you don't have a strategic plan or a comp plan that you won't get candidates for a city manager. I mean, there are many external factors that go into that. However, where it helps and where anybody who is ultimately the permanent city manager is going to really feel tied to the strategic plan is their main responsibility is to prepare your budget each year for your consideration. And that strategic plan builds into and is supposed to guide their decisions and how they formulate that budget to present to you for your consideration. And so you've made the choice. This year, you're still going to rely on the current strategic plan for the budget office. But you know, when Mayor Walker's talking about this initial group to map out the process for this plan, I think, you know, again, I don't want to speak for Ryan or Chrissy, but at the same time, you know, it's one thing to have a meeting or two during budget season. It's another thing to go, you know, completely meeting after meeting, week after week. So I don't want to sit here and say it would be impossible for them to take on 1 or 2 meetings during the budget process, but probably a weekly meeting, no. However, I bring all this up to point out that the strategic plan, it is important for a timeline that it's in place so that it guides the next city manager when they're writing the fiscal year 23 budget. Because again, this is supposed to guide their budgetary writing process. And it will be extremely helpful to that candidate, the successful candidate, if the council has written out this strategic plan so that when they're talking about, you know, as we discussed earlier tonight, affordable housing, they have an idea of where to prioritize that when they're writing that budget for fiscal year 23.
So I think maybe if you, Mr. Blair, want to ask the budget department members, would having a few meetings in February be too much, or if they wanted to wait until April or after whatever date I think what you're hearing from counselors is that whatever date they are ready to move forward is the date that we would move forward. And then the other point that was supposed to be up for discussion was which 2 counselors. There were some concerns about me being one of the counselors who participated. So which 2 counselors are you all deciding are going to participate in whatever date the staff is ready to meet?
Because the first question is like, I mean, is there anyone who doesn't want to participate in that kind of a thing? Or is everyone kind of open to joining? I think there's some value in, I think I said in one of my emails, just I can see the value in having one of the newer counselors also participating.
I actually have no experience with strategic plans at all. And am happy to have other people involved in this.
I mean,
Well, you've expressed having experience with those things.
Yes, I basically wrote one, and I've participated in the process of writing a number of others, including for nonprofits, never for something like the city of Charlottesville, but yeah, I admittedly, my experience may not translate very well. I don't know, but I do have experience writing with the writing of strategic plans.
Likewise, I mean, I'm happy to participate, but don't have any experience with strategic plans. I don't really have any strong opinions on who's on it, just as long as all of council is obviously just, looped in. Obviously, we have restrictions in terms of ability to council as a whole to participate in everything, but don't really have any strong opinion as long as we're all looped in and involved in the process, which I think we will be.
Yeah, I've said like I'm happy to participate, but I only if there's a support of council to do so. I'm not. I certainly feel like I could add value, and I'm happy for others who want to take it on. I just knew that Lloyd had expressed, just some meaningful experience with it in his professional capacities.
And for the record, I have no concerns about anyone on council being on it.
So we're going to table this and we'll wait and see what our timeline is. I mean, what are you going to do, guys?
Well, if the issue that we're figuring out is how we're going to figure out who's going to figure it out, at some point we're going to drive ourselves crazy. And if the answer is that we've got to convene a committee that is made up, I would suggest, of no more than about 5 or 6 people, a couple counselors, some number of staff people, and let's figure out kind of what we think as an institution. What do we think we've got, and what do we think we need to move forward with? That, or what do we need to, do we need to start over? I don't know that we need 9 different staff people plus 5 different people from the outside, from outside the organization to try to tell us what we think. I expect we probably all 5 of us at least have some pretty good opinions about where we are. We need to bring those opinions together, but I don't think it's going to take us all that long for us to figure it out. And if the staff, I would like to talk, because I've not had a chance to talk to anybody on the staff to know how they see things. And my expectation is that they will tell us that they've got a very different view of where we think we are. Where they think they are may not be where we think we are. But we've got to get to that meeting, and 11 people or 14 people is too many to do that.
Then as the next step, should we just have that smaller group with city staff meet sometime in the next month or so, and then just have that meeting be a basis to get their feedback on timeline of what's feasible, and go from there? I think everyone's sort of, I'm guessing, more or less on the same page in thinking of that. It's easy with all these plans to just talk around it forever, I think. But it sounds like that might be one just path forward.
I think that could be fruitful just to have an introductory conversation with just a small group. But I agree with Councilor Snook that it needs to be a pretty small group and it needs to be nimble. And I think it doesn't have to be this drawn out thing because this is just the process is then going to influence the real meat of this, is which is going to involve so many more stakeholders at a time that we figure out is going to be feasible. So again, I'm happy to participate in it and add, some, whatever value I can provide. I'm also happy to defer to people who have had more experience with this, and I guess Lloyd being one notably.
So I guess, are we aligned in, convening a group that's maybe smaller than 11 sometime over the next month or so, and just the expectation from us just being getting feedback from staff about timeline that's feasible, and sort of get their initial perspectives and thoughts about timeline for it? I'm just trying to figure out what.
Or are you proposing that we do it with all of us involved, like during one of our other public meetings?
No, I'm just trying to figure out what, as a council as a whole, what kind of specific expectation we have, which we just haven't communicated yet.
Yeah. I think a good grounding meeting would be good. I just think we're still trying to figure out like who wants to sit on that among us.
Well, I have no strong preferences. I'm happy to defer to Lloyd. I think it may be useful to have one new counselor or one of 3 new counselors, and then one of you who's just been on council, just to have that dual perspective. But I really don't have strong feelings. I'm happy to defer to Lloyd to be on it, or anyone else.
And let me say, I would second that we have 2 classes of counselors, and they both ought to be represented for continuity, if nothing else.
Yeah, and I'm happy to serve with you, and but if the mayor would like to participate, and that's fine too. But I agree. I said that earlier on, that I think that having a representation from each group would be good.
So what is the, what are y'all doing so that we can move on?
We're just stating that Mr. Blair is going to determine what subgroup he would want.
I know that he's still, who are the 2 counselors that are going to participate?
Well, Lloyd is going to participate, and we're trying to determine, like, do you want to participate? Or I'm happy to do it, but if you want to participate, that's fine.
So I've already stated clearly what in the emails what I thought, and then you all were going to talk about that. So it's just whatever you all are deciding clearly, Heather, and if we can make that decision and move on.
Well, what you said in the email, as I'm reading it, November 20th, was Heather and I work well together on projects that require a lot of work. I need a counselor who can do the groundwork without needing instructions. This process will require a lot of innovation and detail. This group will simply start. So the only thing you say about who you will work with is you say you will work with Heather, and it implies you will not work with anybody else.
That is not what it implied, Lloyd. If you want to have this full conversation,
I'm just reading your words. I don't know what you mean.
Yes. So I made this statement that we're in the same place that we are now. where we're going back and forth, getting nothing done. And so at that time, I was specifically talking about we have been going around in circles about a few things, and to just get this done and have a presentation to council. I know that if there is a workload that needs to be done, that Heather, if the group project, I will do my part and Heather will do theirs. It had nothing to do with that I would not work with any other counselor, and I did not say that, and I do not appreciate you stating that, because that's not what it said. There are also several emails that you haven't read, that how we even got to that email being sent out. So it was in direct response to receiving an email that stated, another question we should ask ourselves is, does the mayor need to sit on this group? This is not an attack at all, but I also know you, the mayor, are sitting on and leading a great many projects. This may not have to be one. So that's how we even got to those further down the line emails. So I've been sitting here quietly attempting to avoid having this full conversation, because I don't think it makes much sense. If there's a decision point that you all are going to make, just simply make it. But don't sit there and act like I said that I wouldn't work with anybody. I simply said, just get the work done.
In that case, I misinterpreted when you say Heather and I work well together on projects that require a lot of work. I need a counselor who can do the groundwork without needing instructions. And I mistakenly assumed from that you were saying you would work only with Heather, and I apologize for having misunderstood you.
Well, you already read that once and you just said it again, and that is not what I said. And I've never said that to any of you all.
November
and you all know
12:27 p.m.
No, not what I wrote. I did not say that I would not work with any other counselor. And you are clear that if I have ever thought anything that I needed to share with you all, and if that was it, then I would say it. So there's already enough tension that you don't need to create new tension.
Maybe let's just pull back to our one decision point. We've got one counselor, all three counselors. One of two of you have been on. Lloyd, you're one of the new ones. I'm happy to defer to either you or Heather amongst yourselves. I have no preference for who's on it. I don't think there's an intention for us to unilaterally decide anything, but just to get to the point to settle who's on it.
I'm happy to serve with Lloyd.
I'm fine with that, as well as the mayor being on it. And if that's the case, we can move forward.
And again, I will just state, I stated earlier that I wanted to be a part of this process. I have been a part of the process to date, and there's clear intention that there were other intentions.
No, I think all we've said is that we think that someone from each group should go on. I'm happy if you want to go do it and partner with Lloyd in this effort. It's totally fine. I'm just saying, if we want to make a decision, like all I can offer is that I'm willing to do it. I'm also willing to defer to you. I just think, I believe that it's important that there's a mix of the groups here. Because, yeah. Will you serve in that capacity, Mayor Walker?
I will serve as I said I would in the first place, including working with Councilor Snook.
Okay.
And staff. And Mr. Blair, in terms of staff, is the communication with them about the start date, but also when and who on staff other than budget office members, a budget office staff that want to participate in the process?
Yes, I think the decision points for staff are number one, the dates, and in terms of the budget office's time time commitments, and number two, the additional staff members that will participate with you and Counselor Snow.
Thank you. All right, next. Are there other other business?
Not for me.
Any other counselor?
Not for me.
I have none.
Counselor Vice Mayor McGill?
Nothing.
All right, so next we have the Counselor Hill, are you discussing the F on council meeting rules and procedures?
No, I mean, everyone's received that information, and the newer counselors acknowledged that there were some things that weren't clear to them, but we all covered it off. No need to discuss it further.
Okay, so can you and the newer councils discuss what you all are agreeing to? Because the rule packet says if there's a change, then it requires a 4/5 vote. And so you would have to change the packet if you're moving from the words should, generally, and advise to that it's mandatory that we get approval from other counselors before we are seeking information from staff.
I don't think that's what we're seeking.
Okay. All right, Mr. Wheeler, matters by the public.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. We have about 14 people in the audience. If you'd like to speak to council for 3 minutes under matters by the public, just click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. First up is Don Gathers. Don, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
I just want to point out that what we just witnessed is the very dysfunction that is so divisive and destructive to the city. We can't even decide who's going to serve together on a committee. And that's just not, we're looking for leadership. We're hoping for leadership, and that's just not the type of thing that we need. And maybe there's some validity in what Ms. Hudson said earlier. Maybe we do need to bite the bullet and possibly ask Dr. Richardson to come back to provide us some leadership, at least in an interim time, to get us through the budgetary process, to get us at least to seeing the other side of the pandemic. We're a community right now that's very much in turmoil. And apparently everyone recognizes that except you all. But we're looking to you all for direction and to fix it. So if there's anything that I can glean from tonight, I would just plead and urge you all to please take whatever radical steps are necessary to fix it. Thank you.
Next up is Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes. Oh, she just dropped off. currently not in the webinar. See if she comes back. If anyone else would like to address council, click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. Mayor Walker, there are no other hands, and I do not see Ms. Hudson rejoining.
All right. Okay. Council, are there any final comments? Nope. All right. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all.